Racing, six-pack popped okay. Hap Hot for that early lead. Hap Hot from the inside in search of the lead, joined by First Call to the outside, and they speed away from Lake B. After that, Mr. Chairman, that's the white horse, 7 lengths out of it, overtaken by Let the Rain Settle It to the inside. Between them, Roses by Liam, well supported. 3.5 to 1, about 8 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Hap Hot by a whisker, badgered by First Call in LAV. Hap Hot pulls clear nearly a half. After that, Lake B on the prowl at 17 to 1. Lake B cruising in conspicuously. Hap Hot opens up 1.5. After that, Roses by Liam, far out of it. Mr. Chairman is tailing off to the outside of Let the Rain Settle It, and Hap Hot is still sizzling. Hap Hot from the long shot, Lake B to the outside. Right behind them is Roses by Liam into the final 150, and Hap Hot is going to prevail in race number 1. Hap Hot on the wrong lead, but in the right place. The winner's circle, 1 and a tight photo between 4 and 5.
You're lost.
They're racing over the boggy going, and they've broken a line. Factor that the favorite at 1 to 2 immediately strikes the front and has company in the shape of Kooky Berry, and 2 and 3 race about 5 lengths clear from Mighty Matty. After that, we have Dropped Cold, the long shots to the outside of the bookender, and the one loping along in last is Grace Lace. Around the corner they go, and they're racing in single file, chasing Factor That off the inside, about path 2 or 3 with a 3-length lead. Kooky Berry lays second with the red, white, and blue silks to the inside. Drop Cold and Mighty Matty in a personal match race, 7 out of it, and the leader still is Factor That. The lead still about 3, and in last is Grace Lace, still about 11 lengths from it with a half mile to go. And the leader, Factor That, continues to cruise along, trying to sail wire to wire and do so at 1 to 2. Into the far turn, Factor That 2. In second, Kooky Berry, Mighty Matty attempting to range into the inside. Drop Cold is next, then it's Grace Lace. They have not changed position since the gates opened. 2, 3, 1, 5, 4. Covered by 8, still chasing Factor That. Factor That, Kooky Berry, and Mighty Matty to the inside. Drop Cold spinning the wheels, and Grace Lace is charging in from behind. Factor That with wire to wire on the mind. Grace Lace charging to the outside, and inside of that, Kooky Berry is resurgent. Favorite all done. Kooky Berry, Grace Lace. Kooky Berry barely won. And they're racing, and they popped as 1. Il Capitano with a flyer jumps on the field, gets down to the inside. Il Capitano speeds away by 2.5 as they corner. After that is Ember, right behind that one, Last Martini, and advancing to the outside is Campanello Bay. Meanwhile, a headstrong Il Capitano opens up by 5. Make Noise is the white horse between runners, overtaken by Fellow Gray, Mission Key, and the one in last is Outrun 'em, 12 lengths behind Il Capitano. Il Capitano and De Silva trying to sail wire to wire. Race 3, CBY. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that is Ember on the prowl. Pace slows down a bit too into the far turn. Mission Key's now 4 out of it, 1.5 clear of Last Martini. Make Noise trying to make some noise from 5th and 7 lengths out of it. Outrun them second last, and Capanello Bay is now last. And up top, Il Capitano is still first, with Ember cruising up confidently to the outside of Il Capitano. 7 and 4, slug it out round about the quarter pole. Last Martini trying to get third from Mission Bay. Then it's a big gap back to Make Noise to the inside of Outrun 'em, and nothing from Capanello Bay, and up goes Ember, and Ember runs away from the speedy El Capitano. Outside of that is Mission Key, rallying to the outside of Last Martini, but they're into the final football field, and 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You better remember Ember. And they're racing. Kurt's Choice is to strike the front, and Kurt's Choice at 1-5 strides away by 5 with 1 lap to go. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck sharp in the early stages to the outside of Grunder. Then we come back to Big Pete about 7 lengths behind Kurt's Choice, who's going rather speedily and still leads it by 5. Big Pete's about a length clear from Infinite Moro, and the one in last, check that, moving up to the outside is Calzone, overtaken by Air. Reset, they're covered by 8, and they're chasing the 7, Kurt's Choice, and Kurt's Choice throttles down a bit as they head up the barn side. Kurt's Choice 3.5, maybe 4 from Grunder, next to the inside of Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, and the Frenchman Air begins to stride up to the outside. Then a line of 3, 8 lengths behind Kurt's Choice, inside Big Pete, between them Infinite Moro, and outside of said duo is Calzone, and still not much change to the pattern, and they're chasing Seraphin Carmona, and Kurt's Choice, the favorite, in hand and in command with a 1.5 length lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in second, Air spinning the wheels a bit, but still right there. Then it's a country mile back to Grunder, who's in fourth, and in first is Kurt's Choice. Kurt's Choice still clear. Kurt's Choice from Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in Air to the outside. Kurt's Choice pounding away with the lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck giving absolutely everything, but his best is second best, and Kurt's Choice sails wire to wire. Racing. Bad start for a Stern Maid. A bad start for the 6, about 10 lengths out of it as they negotiate the barn side. Up front is Spoiled Brat. Spoiled Brat attempting to give them the slip, leading it by 1, being chased by Pascal to the inside, and Steele the spotlight to the outside. After that, we come back about a length and a half. It is Autism Counts, and Autism Counts secures the inside and is about 5-6 lengths from the lead. After that, we come back to Bohemian Jiggles. Way back in last is a Stern Maid. Round about the quarter pole, Pat's Gal and Kelsey trying to steal it at 8-1. And Pat's Gal is first and running away by 3, 4, maybe 5 lengths into the final furlong. They line up trying to catch that tearaway one. After that, Autism Counts, late charge from a Stern Maid, but Pat's Gal is the winning gal, and in upset fashion, Pat's Gal dominates. racing. Tight beginning for my partner Glenn, who had to pinch back to last. It's Bob's Business in his turf debut is very, very fast, and Bob tries to streak away. It's Bob's Business, the 2022 Northern Lights Futurity champion and neck. Clinging to that one is Cal L, and they are going quickly. About 5 to the good of Win Over Wyatt in his turf debut. About a length and a half after that to General Battle Axe. 8 lengths behind the speed. Emphasis on the word speed as they begin to slow down a little bit. Field well strung out. General Battle Axe now 7 out of it, 2.5 clear from Brit Blitz. Then we come back to Rejection Hurts to the inside of my partner Glenn. Up the barn side they go. It's CBY race 6, and it's Bob's Business still trying to steal away with LAV. In second is Cal L. 7 after that to Brit Blitz, beginning to unwind from behind to the outside of General Battle Axe. They're covering up. Went Over Wyatt behind them, my partner Glenn, and Rejection Hurts roused for run, beginning to come on a bit, but double digits behind the stablemate. It's Bob's Business. It's Bob's Business at 12 to 1, liking the turf with 3/16 to go. In second is Win Over Wyatt to the inside. General Battle Axe to the outside. My partner Glenn is closing fast from behind with the blue blinkers. Here comes Glenn to the outside of General Battle Axe. Win Over Wyatt on the inside. My partner Glenn, pretty flashy in the new colors. Racing, rough beginning for My Heart, My Dynasty, likewise for Trace Freight Train. 1 and 3 pop the gate and put 3 lengths on the field. Swimsuit Model, Coronado Dreamer, outside of that Lady Giselle, but the Swimsuit Model is looking pretty fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Miss Shay Norman leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is sloppy and we are off the turf. Off the turf and the main track is sloppy. Get your programs ready. We will go over a bevy of changes on tonight's 8-race card. Race 1 starts the first 5. There's been bountiful payoffs throughout the season in the first 5 here at Canterbury. The first 5 will start intact. Race 1, as you can see by the tote board, is free and clear. There are no changes in the lid lifter to be run at a 1 mile distance here on the sloppy going. Race 2 is the Curtis Samson Oaks. Now 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 1, Retired Kathy, and the 5, Omega Miss. Make the jockey on the 4, Brian Pena. Pena on the 4, take out the 1 and 5 in race 2. Race 3 is the $50,000 Lady Canterbury. 1 mile now on the sloppy main track for the Lady Canterbury. In race 3, scratch the 1, Virtually, the 4, Midnight Current, and the 6, Golden Gopher. 1, 4, and 6 are out. With those scratches in the Lady C, no superfecta. Race 4, free and clear. There are no changes in tonight's 4th race. Race 5 is the Dark Star Sprint. Scratch the 1, Arrest Me Red, the 2, Jack's Outlaw, the 9, Diamond City, and the 10, Bad Beat Brian. 5 furlongs, main track, take out 1, 2, 9, and 10 in tonight's 5th. Race 6 is the Brooksfield's Mile. Brooksfield's Mile off the turf, 1 mile on the main track. Scratch the 2, Kennebec, the 6, Deflator, and the 8, Golden Bandit. 2, 6, and 8 scratched in race 6. Seventh race starts the late daily double. It is the Canterbury Derby for $50,000. Just a jockey change to report right now in race 7, 1 mile main track. Alonso Quinones takes the mount on number 1, Navy Seal. Race 8. Scratch the 1, Blue Jay Way. Race 8, take out number 1 on the sloppy main track. Up next, Angela Herman and Jeff Madej with everything vital here at Canterbury Park.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and welcome to Canterbury Park Northern Stars Off the Turf Festival. But it's still a big night. There's still a lot of purse money. We still have some really good racing ahead. Let's first quickly talk about what's coming up, though. Tomorrow, Basset Hounds. That's right, a big day with Basset Hounds, and I'm sure it'll be sunny and beautiful. We'll have a giant crowd. And then next week, something I'm unfamiliar with, but it sure sounds good, coffee, chocolate, and cupcakes.
Right, a sugar rush, if you will, to follow up Family Day festivities with the Basset Hounds. All the sweets you'd want. Cupcakes, chocolate, coffee of all sorts to go with these pastries and with all the sweet delights that we have coming on June 30th. Now over to the Loeffler leaderboard. Things have not changed except for the margin between Luis Fuentes and everybody else. 7 ahead of Eduardo Gallardo. This has maintained pretty much the same pace. Everybody, even some new faces to the room, have stayed pretty relatively behind. But now Tony Rengstorff has taken the training lead by 1 over Cody Rosine, who started off with a head of steam coming into the meet. Still has kept that up. Obviously, he's only lost 5 times. But Tony Rengstorff now sitting 1 ahead in the trainer standings.
That'll be a battle all summer long.
One would think.
Now, let's take a look at the races quickly that we have tonight. We've got the Curtis Samson Oaks. It's a handicap. There's a couple of scratches in here. One scratch. Retired Kathy is out. They're onto the dirt. Just quickly, we'll look through these, but how do you handicap differently? You had to pivot quickly because we are on the turf, then all of a sudden we're off the turf. What do we do?
Yes, and it was initially kind of a muddy track. Now it's sloppy, just speed. Speed is always going to be the first line of defense when it comes to Canterbury's main track, especially with some turf horses that may not like kickback, that may not even like dirt in general, whether it's wet or dry. I would always look for speed. And in the third, I mean, that's going to be the way that you go. Thunder's Rock and Roll on the outside is going to take a lot of money, and she is going to be extremely tough to run down, especially on a track like this and with the outside posts. A lot of things to like about her, and I would expect there to be some sort of slash, maybe, I don't know, 3 to 5, 4 to 5 on her by the time all is said and done. The Dark Star Turf Sprint was taken off the turf earlier today. It's on the main track. You can see the 4 scratches, the 2 inside horses, the 2 outside horses, but we do have some horses that do have some good mud form from the past. A lot of speed in there to begin with, and it'll only get more interesting to see who can get good position in the Dark Star Mud Sprint. Brooksfield's Mile, your thoughts?
Well, I know you loved Kennebec, and that one scratched, and then we came off the turf. I think Xavier Dave's got a big shot in here now. Drama Chorus still, if you're talking speed, Drama Chorus is all about going to the lead. I think he could be tough. I assume that horse will take a lot of money. So Drama Chorus probably the one to catch. But I think someone does, because he's a year older than he was when he was almost unbeatable last year. Looks like he might get a little bit short, possibly. Yeah. But we'll see if it's a conveyor belt or not. And then on to the Derby.
Yeah, remember the MTO does draw into the Brooks Fields, but the Canterbury Derby, nobody's out yet, and hopefully it stays that way, because you see some horses with some good dirt form in the past and with some speed and that are stretching out in distance. They may have a bit more of a puncher's chance against this group, and Bourbon Aficionado is one that you're going to want to watch too, with some races, some good races in the slop in his past, and not as much established turf form as some of the horses that would have taken more money in here, so that one definitely becomes a bit more muddled, if you will, in the Derby.
We had to pivot a little bit, make some changes in our capping, but that's what good handicappers do, and you can still play the Canterbury Northern Stars Challenge on your Express Bet app. It's a $300 contest. It's a live bankroll, 200 of it, and you're just betting anything you want, basically, and if you win a $2,000 entry into our September 26th contest. That could vault you to the Breeders' Cup, so you're going to want to play. It's on your app. And the Pick Fives, they don't go away just because we're off the turf, and we still have the lowest takeout in the entire universe, 10%. It's always a good bet.
It is always a good bet, and there's going to be 3 of those off-the-turf races involved in each one of them. So if you've already done your capping for those and you've already done your capping for the dirt, you're a step ahead, because a lot of us are recalibrating things in both of these sequences. But remember, they start in 34 minutes in race number 1 and again in race number 4. And that's what we got for you here. Down to the paddock.
The other half of the steam team, or the 2/3 of the steam team, Gorg, PA, they'll walk you through the races. It's Today at the Races, brought to you by Touchdown Tile.
Welcome to Canterbury Park on a Saturday with Kevin Gorg. I'm Paul Allen, and we have a sloppy main track. Our ballyhoo turf races have been taken off the turf. We've gotten a lot of rain in this part of Minnesota, not only during the course of the week, but really up until about an hour and a half ago. And we had some confabs with riders and management and track superintendent and facilities and stuff like that out on the racetrack. And we're going to head into race number one. Quite excited about the possibilities here because being 2/3 of the steam team, if you're going to run and you're going to run on a track that's antithetical to what we are used to, well, there could be gold in them Nar Hills. So we're going to, I can't say I'm going to bet the first race. I picked it 1-4-2. I want to watch a race over this wet track and then maybe watch another. But this is where, some fields will shrink, and that's negative. And excellent turf races have gone to the main track, and that's not great. However, from a bottom line standpoint, you might be able to find some tells on this main track and just smash them.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on how the track is playing. I still think you want to dabble with the pick five, knowing that the back end of this pick five features horses that have legitimate numbers on wet tracks and tracks like this. The Alligator Hunter, to me, looks like a single, but some people in the press box like Plain Talk, who might be the speed. Maybe the track is playing to speed. I don't know, but you're right, PA. There are going to be some horses that, because they had mediocre turf form and they have good dirt numbers, aren't going to get bet appropriately, and then we can make some money that way too. So still great opportunities. The pick fives this year have been unbelievably cool. We've seen one carryover. We've seen a bunch of big payoffs. That could happen again tonight.
And that first five begins with race number one. It's a 50-cent pick five. And we have no scratches or rider changes in the first race. We have 6 battling here. The morning line favorite is Tapiture's Lady. That was my selection a couple of days ago when I handicapped this. I don't really have much reason to change given the course condition and the fact that we don't really exactly know how the main track's going to play. I mean, we've had a lot of rain the last couple of days. And Canterbury's main track, it's kind of a decline from the outside down to the one path, so it got really soupy down there in path 1.5. So that's another thing to follow. Those of you who are of the hardcore variety, watch where the riders are riding in this first race and see how far off the rail they are. Or we have some new shooters in town too. I mean, shoot, somebody might try scooting through on the inside. Maybe it's fine. It's just quite unpredictable. 1-4-2.
Yeah, I was torn between the 1 and 4. I originally had selected the 1 like everybody else, and I moved to the 4 for one reason and one reason only. The 4 ran a really nice race at Oaklawn back in February on a muddy track just like this one. I went back and watched the replay. The track looked very wet, muddy like it is right now. The horse ran second that day at 5-1, and Bruce Reekin's barn's going well, near 20% on the year. I think come post time, the 4 and 1 are similar prices, but I think eventually the 4 will be a better price. I think the 1's the horse to beat. And then what do you do with the 3? If this track's a conveyor belt, and again, we say that out of all due respect, but when this track gets wet, speed has been gold. Keep an eye on if you think the track's playing to speed, because the 3 might be long gone.
And I'm with you, man, between the 1 and the 4, wet track or not. I struggled because now Tapiture's Lady, 2 for 2 at Canterbury in the top 2, just ran on the turf for the first time in her career, and maybe didn't like it or maybe just was overmatched. I have no idea. But nevertheless, ran 4th. Before that, a race off the layoff. And if you look at the race off the layoff, it's a $100,000 optional claimer at Oaklawn. And this horse was running on late against markedly better competition. So Tapiture's Lady for that reason. Then you get to Brucey's horse, My Woman, and that one also ran an $100,000 optional claimer, ran second. I mean, those are nice horses down Hot Springs way. So a good way to start. 1-4-2 for me. Race number 2, we are sloppy and off the turf, including the Kurt Samson Oaks. So this one's off the turf. The distance of a mile's okay. Scratch number 1, Retired Kathy. Number 4, Pink Lady Lucia is picked up by Brian Pena. So we have 7 battling here, KG. How are you going to do it?
Another really tough race to handicap. I think much tougher to handicap this race now that we're off the turf. I think the 1 was going to be even money and crush if we were on the grass. So I was torn between the 3 and the 8. I eventually landed on the 8, Extreme Smoke Show. This horse showed some real talent way back in August of 2023, debuting here. We all cashed on that horse at Keeneland next time out at 12-1. That was good fun. Bred for a wet track. You see the number there in the daily racing form. The Tomlinson's over 400. Workouts are steady coming in, and it's Carmona for Mac. I think we're at a square price, too. I go 8, 3, and 4.
Yeah, it's 3-8-1 for me. And first and foremost, with number 7, Rainbow Angel. This one's looking to win 2 in a row. Welcome back, Jockey Luis Quinones, Canterbury Park Immortality. First 5 years we ran here, starting in 1995. Louis Q was our champion jockey 5 years in a row, so it's always nice when we see Louis come back. His brother Alonzo riding incredibly well here as usual, and I'm going to go with Q in the baby Q in the first race with Barb's Dream Come True. I struggled with this. This could be a win bet if I get the right price. Love the last race at Prairie Meadows and stakes competition, the last 2, and the victory in March at Tampa Bay Downs. 7-horse field, $75,000 optional claimers. I mean, those are very, very nice horses. Omega Miz just ran a very nice race. Tour Queen, Omega Miz, Hattie Bloom is going to be trying a wet track for the first time. Rainbow Angels looking to win 2 in a row. And Extreme Smoke Show is quality stock, if ready, off a little layout from Oakland. So if you're playing that first 5, that pick 5, this is one where I'm using 3 or 4 of them. What about you? How many are you going to use in here?
I'm going to use 3. I'm going to use 3, 4, and 8 for me.
I'm going to pick it 3-8-1. 3-8-1.
One's out.
I'm going to pick it 3, 8, and 7. 3-8-7 in race number 2. Thank you, KG.
Yep.
Race 3, speaking of Canterbury Park Immortality, it's the Lady Canterbury Stakes. Now, sadly, we're off the turf. And also no superfecta wagering in this race. We're relegated to 4 here with scratches of 1, 4, and 6. So no soup, no trifecta, and also no show wagering in this race. 5, 2, 3. What about you?
I think the 7's long gone. I think Thunder's Rock and Roll is going to have a huge lead. Mm-hmm. She's sharp right now. She's bred for a wet track. She's got main track wins. I just can't see anybody catching her. I think she's off by 8 around that far turn. I'm going to go 7, 2, and 3, and I think 7 might be a real tough horse to beat.
Yeah, the way she won the Lady Slipper, she certainly seemed to have much more approaching the wire. The distance for me, 4 horses, lone speed or not is the key. When I went back and watched Scent of Success's race last time, I mean, if she regresses, then if she regresses, she regresses. But this is the best race she's ever run in her life, and she was just full of it off the far turn. So I think she's going to be tough no matter the scenario. I'm going to take her and bet her to win if I get the right price. Race number 4, this begins the second of 2 pick 5s, 10% takeout, Nation Low. It's 3-8-9 for me. I like West Island with Luis Fuentes. 3-8-9, but keep this in mind. I'll explain momentarily. I think number 7, Awesome Family, is a trifecta and superfecta key here, and maybe second a little, but third and fourth for sure, and at a big price. But I'd say 3-8-9-7 is how I'd pick it if we had 4, but 3-8-9. What about you?
I was really close to taking the 6. I will use the 6 in all my tries and supers. But the 3, like you, I think the 3 with the dominant early speed, a horse that has proven dirt form, going to be on the front end or near the front end with a great jockey. I love West Island here. The 6 to me is the wild card in the race. Blue Skies and Angels. I wrote down Sneaky. This horse has good dirt numbers, good wet track numbers.
Same thing.
And turf to dirt at a big price. This horse is going to be 8, 9, 10 to 1. So I go 3, 6, and 9, but the 6 is my key to making money.
Yeah, with West Island, this is a potential single in my first 5, depending on what we see in the with the track, with the sloppy main track. But West Island just has so many things that add up. Granted, we're lower level claiming, so therefore unpredictability can reign supreme. But this one has a win at Canterbury, a win at the distance. Looked very good last time. Got tired late going a mile. Then you look at some of the trainer's team. The first-time claim for Esteban Martinez, he wins 33% of the time with a fat ROI. And when he goes route to sprint 32 times, 31% winners and a return on investment of nearly $3.50. This is what he does. He claims horses and occasionally goes route to sprint and does occasionally well. I like this horse a lot. Number 7, as I said, I pick at 389. And with Kevin's 6, the wild card here, Blue Skies and Angels, I wrote the same thing down you did, man. I mean, he's competitive and he's sneaky.
Yeah.
Number 6 and 7 for trifectas. If you're trying to, get that metaphorical slot machine to spin, I can see that for sure with Awesome Family. This one comes from Oaklawn Park, and last time raced just, with all due respect, way above his head. Now he comes down to a $5,000 claiming level. He reared at the break last time, made a nice move from the half mile to the 5/16. Then he was overmatched. And coming down to the 5 claiming level, just again, a little bit for second, some for third and fourth with number 7, Awesome Family. I'm going to be on that, given Kevin and I are big superfecta players. Race number 5 this Saturday. See you, Johnny. By Johnny the Mouse. My man here wants a picture. Come on, let's do it. Ready? You sure?
No, he's good.
We're good. Thank you. I saw him with his phone up. Race number 5, the Dark Star Sprint. Scratch 1, 2, 9, and 10. 1, 2, 9, and 10 are out. Correct, Kevin?
That's correct.
1, 2, 9, and 10. So I'm going to pick it 6, 3, and 7. 6, 3, 7. What about you?
I love the 6. I think Alligator Hunter is going to be around 7 to 5 and should get a great trip. I think the 3 is really fast.
Yeah.
We know what Plain Talk likes to do. If either one of the 3 or the 7 can get loose, then all bets are off. But I see the 3 and 7 hooking up. I see the 6, the Alligator Hunter, sitting just off, ready to pounce. He loves a wet track. He loves Canterbury. He's going to win. I go 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah, this situation for the Alligator Hunter in race 5, I mean, it's just perfect to enter the horse in the race, because if it stays on the turf, you can handle that. And if it goes to the wet, he definitely can handle that. I picked him first. I did so rather reluctantly, and here's why. His last 3 races have been incredibly hard.
Right.
I mean, every step of the way, it's somebody's been on him. He's had to outfinish horses. He's gotten outfinished barely a couple of times, once at Tampa, once here in the 10,000 Lakes. It's just you can only squeeze that thing so much and get that optimal performance every single time. The Alligator Hunter, I'm sure, is going to fire, but those are just facts that the last 3 races have been very, very difficult and hard. Still, I'm going to pick him first, the Alligator Hunter with Baby Q. Race number 6, Brooks Fields. This one's an immortality race as we go here at Canterbury, but sadly it's off the turf. And with this one, we scratch numbers 2, 6, and 8. 2, 6, and 8 are out. And, man, if this thing had stayed on the turf on a sunny day in Shakopee, Minnesota, holy cow, did that look like a nice one. It's still going to come up okay when you're playing that second pick 5, the final 5. My biggest win bet of the card will be number 10, Tonka Warrior, no matter the course condition. I like the horse on the turf. I like the horse on fast. I like the horse on a drying out sloppy track. I'm going to pick it 10, 9, 7.
Yeah, I went back to the drawing board. I was all over Xavier Dave if we were on the turf. I thought he was going to be a nice long shot to bet and cash on. I'm with you, though. I think Tonka Warrior might be a little bit overlooked here. There are other horses in here with bigger numbers as far as speed figures go, and I think they might bet those other horses. So Tonka Warrior is a proven closer. He's proven over the dirt. He can handle a wet track. I think the pace is going to be more than fair, so I've got him on top. I go 10, and don't sleep on the 9, right?
Yes.
This is a horse that was entered MTO. You have to use the 9 here.
Listening to you in the press box sitting in Mayday's office,
There you go.
I elevated the 9.
You have to.
Well, how come you didn't elevate it to first?
Well, because I think the pace might chew him up. I think the 9 is going to be a little too close to the 3 and 4, who we know are going to set honest fractions. And I wanted a horse that could sit off the pace, because I think the 3 and 4 are going to make it just a little uncomfortable for the 9. But I was super torn on the 9 and 10. But in the end, I think the 10 might be a bigger price.
Yeah. With Tonka Warrior, the hopped at the break was legit. And this horse ended up being 13, 15 lengths out. Never, ever is the gelding that far out. And then he made a big run. I think they kind of came back to him more so than he was like steaming home. But I think he's sitting on a big one here, second off a layoff, second of the year. He has a victory and a second on a wet track. And he just looked like he was really, really sharp last time. So if he improves a little bit, which he will need to do, then I believe he can win. Now, those Cajuns are sharp, man. Gary Shearer, who dat? Gary Shearer, those Cajuns are sharp. He entered Unified Dreams playing the weather game, and the dice came up the right way. Unified Dreams absolutely can win this race. 10-9-7 for me in race number 6. Let's go to the 7th race, beginning the Dr. Dan late double. And this is the Canterbury Derby. We're off the turf. Distance is okay. Number 1, Navy Seal, now ridden by Alonso Quinones. Alonso Quinones rides number 1. 6-4-1 for me. I like Illustrator. What about you?
I loved Illustrator until we came off the turf, and we just don't know what that horse has to offer on the main track.
Fair point.
They're here, they shipped here, so they're going to run. I get why they're running. I just don't know if this horse is going to love the footing. I do know that the 3-horse, Hold Your Applause, has some good dirt form, comes off a couple of really sharp wins for Ryan Kenny, who I trust, and I think this horse on a sloppy track has a big advantage. I go 3, 2, and 5. They're going to bet the 1, they're going to bet the 6, and I'm going to head the other direction.
That 1, Navy Seal, is interesting. I was kind of hoping jockey David Flores would have been here today. One of his horses scratched, and he got replaced on this one. David's 56 years old, and when I started calling races in California in 1993, before that, 1989, I wrote for the Pasadena Star News, and I think I was 22, 23 years old. David Flores,
yes,
he debuted at Hollywood Park.
Unbelievable.
He's like at Agua Caliente. We heard about him. There were like 2 things you would hear about on the SoCal circuit, not at the same time. One was this unbelievably talented jockey, David Flores, who was coming north, and he ended up making a lot of money, and he rode first call for Bobby Frankel for some really, really nice horses. Secondly, shortly after that, the Puerto Rican undefeated, like 16 for 16, Mr. Frisky.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Mr. Frisky?
Oh, I do.
So David was part of that steam, so I was kind of hoping he would be here. Navy Seal last ran at United Arab Emirates. Can't say we've seen...
Against Forever Young, who ran 3rd in the Derby.
Can't say we've seen too many of those at Canterbury, out of races G2s like that, so good luck to Navy Seal. But Illustrator's my selection. Kevin makes a great point about the track. Maybe I'm being a little sentimental here, trying to get Louis Q, 5-time champion jockey, into the winner's enclosure, so Kevin or Angela can interview Big Q after the race. That'd be sweet. Race number 8, final live race today. We race Basset Hounds tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Basset Hound racing tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Come on out for that. Kevin's gracious enough to call all 6 of them. That's going to be fantastic. Scratch number 1, Blue Jay Way in race number 8. Scratch number 1. Number 6, Baxley, should be listed in your programs as a gelding. Number 6, Baxley is a gelding, and we know for certain because Mouse checked.
Uh-oh.
Who do you like?
I like the 6. I don't think this is any great shakes. I think we're looking at 1-2, 3-5. This is Larry Ravelli.
Yeah.
This is Baby Q. This is a 2-year-old to 3-year-old new gelding. They spent $235,000 on this racehorse. Baxley is a good one. I'm hearing a lot of positive whispers through the press box on Baxley. I still think the 5, Quality Rags, is going to have a really nice summer. I think Frosty View is a super talented Minnesota bred, but Baxley is going to be too good in the nightcap.
A couple of Saturday specials for you. The first, we're going to have a table outside of the Winter Circle following race 2.
Yes.
I will be there at that time talking about J.J. McCarthy, Minnesota Vikings quarterback, debuting in 2026. And Kevin Gorg, after race number 3, will talk about the Suter and Parisi buyouts and how it impacts the immediate future of Kirill Kaprizov. For Kevin, I'm Paul. Welcome to the races.
Horses are on the track for our 8-race program tonight. Off the turf, main track listed at Sloppy. No changes here in the first. It starts the 10% takeout. 50 cents. First 5 wager. The first 5 starts here in race 1. In addition, Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Rolling Pick 3 all start here in the Lid Lifter. All right, guys, my Pick 5 ticket is up on the board. These first 5s have been very, very bountiful this season so far at Canterbury. Tonight, just a $27 play with a single on the back end. I'm going to start with the 1, 3, and 4 here. I think the 1's the horse to beat, but I want to see how the track is playing. This 3 might be loose, and I do fancy Bruce Reekin's horse here, the 4, just a little bit. Second leg, I'll go 3, 4, and 8. Again, I want to see how the track is playing. We're off the turf in race 2. I wanted some coverage onto the Lady Canterbury. I've got a pretty good chance of surviving. I've got a for sure on paper 2 and 3 chance. I think the 7 though could be long gone. If not, we'll see if Big Bad Diva can pick her up. Race 4, I've got 3, 6, and 9. This was a nice field that was originally scheduled on the main track, so it really didn't fall apart at all. So I'll take 3 horses there, and I love the Alligator Hunter tonight. PA made a good point. He's been in some tough races, and this will be his 4th start in the last month and a half, but he is one of those horses that seems to thrive on this scenario, and I think he'll love the way this track is playing and get a good setup tonight. I'll single the Alligator in race 5. 1, 3, 4 with 3, 4, 8 with 2, 7 with 3, 6, 9 with the Alligator on the back end. $27 ticket. You can play mine, modify mine, or play your own, but we know one thing. You can't win it if you don't get in it. The first 5 starts in 4 minutes.
Approaching the starting gate for the first on a sloppy main track Saturday at Canterbury, provided by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. We also thank Appalatos, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, Quick Trip, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Michelob Ultra, and Pepsi for 2024 sponsorship. They've reached the gate, and it is post time. Post time for the first Saturday at Canterbury. Our featured groups are Jordan's Derby 30, Lawn State Reunion, Alex and Adam's Engagement Party, and those here with the Hurdles Foundation. We have 2 left to load, 3 and 6. A series of stakes races commence with race 2. Our first pick 5 with a Nation Low takeout about set to start here. Nang Singha, the last one to go in. Then the SJ Mix Classic will be unfurled. And they're racing. Willow My Girl is being ridden for speed. Willow My Girl contesting it with Master Jane attempting to win 2 in a row. And at 10-1, Master Jane splashes clear by 1. After that, we have Brief Note. That one's also looking to win 2 in a row and is on the move, blowing by Willow My Girl. After that, we have Nang Singha, 3 wide around the turn to the outside of Me Woman. And on the inside, sequestered is Tapiture's Lady, full of run about 5 lengths from the lead. They splash up the Canterbury Park barn side. Master Jane and De Silva in path 3, leading it by 1.5. Outside of that, Brief Note inside Willow My Girl. Then it's Nang Singha, 5 lengths from it, joined by Me Woman. And Tapiture's Lady is still last, but only 5 lengths rear most. Master Jane ruling over the field. Willow My Girl comes through to the inside, and outside of that is Brief Note as the pace setter is shipping all in. And Willow My Girl is taking the lead. Outside of that, Nang Singha circumnavigating. Me Woman is next. Tapiture's Lady is on the move, 4 lengths from the lead, still nowhere to go. Around about the quarter pole, Willow My Girl trying to be top girl in race 1. Willow My Girl, a whisker. Outside of that, Master Jane. Tapiture's Lady, ample room to the inside if good enough. Likewise, Nang Singha. And now Me Woman shifts coyly to the outside, and here comes that 4. It is Me Woman, Master Jane, Willow My Girl, Tapiture's Lady. Willow My Girl, 13-1. Willow My Girl, top girl in race 1. The SJ Mix was exciting. Hold all tickets. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 2, Willow My Girl. 2-4-1-3 in the lid lifter. And the first is official. Free chips at Bo Diddley's with a sandwich purchase. Free chips at Bo Diddley's with a sandwich purchase up to race number 3, given the upset. Free bag of chips at Bo Diddley's with a sandwich purchase, level 1. Willow My Girl to the winner's enclosure with jockey Kelsey Haar. Willow My Girl is owned by Werner Query and the winning trainer, Benny Woolley Jr. Time of the race, 139.71. Race 2 begins a series of stakes races. It's off the turf. We are off the turf this Saturday at CBY. Distance is okay. Scratch number 1, Retired Kathy. Number 4, Pink Lady Lucia, is ridden by Brian Pena. Race number 2 is courtesy of Appalatos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park, and also Xfinity Comcast. If you want to save money the easy way, consider Xfinity Mobile and learn more via xfinitymobile.com. Sloppy and off, pick 4 wagering 22 minutes from now. Happy Saturday and welcome to the races. Racing. Willow My Girl is being ridden for speed. Willow My Girl contesting it with Master Jane attempting to win 2 in a row. And at 10-1, Master Jane splashes clear by 1. After that, we have Brief Note. That one's also looking to win 2 in a row and is on the move, blowing by Willow My Girl. After that, we have Nang Singha, 3 wide around the turn to the outside of Me Woman. And on the inside, sequestered is Tapiture's Lady, full of run, about 5 lengths from the lead. They splash up the Canterbury Park barn side. Master Jane and De Silva in path 3, leading it by 1.5. Outside of that, Brief Note inside Willow My Girl. Then it's Nang Singha, 5 lengths from it, joined by Me Woman. And Tapiture's Lady is still last, but only 5 lengths rear most. Master Jane ruling over the field. Willow My Girl comes through to the inside, and outside of that is Brief Note as the pace setter is shipping all in. And Willow My Girl is taking the lead. Outside of that, Nang Singha circumnavigating. Me Woman is next. Tapiture's Lady is on the move, 4 lengths from the lead, still nowhere to go. Around about the quarter pole, Willow My Girl trying to be top girl in race 1. Willow My Girl, a whisker. Outside of that, Master Jane. Tapiture's Lady, ample room to the inside if good enough. Likewise, Nang Singha. And now Me Woman shifts coyly to the outside, and here comes that 4. It is Me Woman, Master Jane, Willow My Girl, Tapiture's Lady. Willow My Girl, 13-1. Willow My Girl, top girl in race 1. All right, let's get on to the second and the first of a series of stakes races. First and foremost, may God rest the soul of Kurt Samson, who was a major reason racing resumed in Minnesota in 1995. Kurt, former chairman of Canterbury Park, died 4 years and a month ago. So to the Samsons and everybody, hopefully today is relatively easy for you. And in 1995, our leading rider and the first of 5 consecutive titles is in the paddock with Kevin Gorg. Let's put a cue around this interview.
Luis Quinones, so excited to have him back, a Hall of Famer here at Canterbury, as Paul mentioned, 5-time riding champion. How nice is it for you to come back at this point in your career and come back to where you had an unbelievable run here in the late 90s?
It's so nice to be back, especially in Minnesota. It's where I win my first race, my first title. It's like home.
And what's it like riding in the slop? I know it's a different game, right? A lot of these races, as you guys handicap, getting ready for your mounts, are turf races. Now you've got to adjust your tactics on a wet track. What are some keys?
Well, really it's up to the horse. What we feel like the horse is getting handled and see where the horse put us.
And the race within the race is sometimes you have to ride against your brothers, both really good jockeys. And we've got Alonzo here with Angela Herman. And how much chirping is there before and during the race when you ride against one of your bros?
Well, still I got to do my job. He had to do his, so we best of luck to both of us,
Now, Alonzo, you've been here a lot over the recent times and kind of taken the baton from your big brother, Louis. How would you chirp at your older brother in riding a race together for the first time in a long time?
Well, first of all, thank God for the opportunity, and it's always an honor riding with my brother. We're riding against each other. We're always going to take care of each other, but we're competing. We're both going to try to win.
Well, now that it's off the turf, some things have changed. Who do you think comes out on top here in the second?
Well, I hope me, but if it's not me, I hope it's him.
And how much did you influence your brothers when you set the tone, right? Being the older brother, as you had to set the path for being a rider, how much did you influence the success that they're having and maybe just getting them and drawing them to the game that I know you guys love so much?
I think a lot because, they like it because when I went home, I showed them the winning the replays of my races, and they used to say, "Oh, he wins every time." Well, I only show that once I win.
What did you learn about Canterbury watching him when you guys were younger? You weren't in the same spot all the time, but when you came up to ride here, what do you think you learned the most watching him ride Canterbury in the past?
You know what? Great rider, very patient, good style. I try to learn. Everything is good, but I try to get my own style, but learning from his style too,
Well, boys, we're going to wish you the best of luck. It's so great to have both these Quinones brothers riding together, and we'll see who gets the best of the other throughout the card today. Good luck and stay safe out there on these wet conditions. Good luck.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there they go, the Quinones brothers. And again, we'll be interviewing the winning connections after all these big stakes races. We've got 5 today. Right. It's going to be a lot of fun. Have a great night, you guys. That's what makes the job great, Ange. You and I both, as youngsters, fell in love with the racetrack. Me in the mid-'80s, you a little later down the road. And when you see familiar faces come back here, it's a little extra special.
It is, and to see those two riding together is something that I'm sure none of us anticipated at this point, to be here up together. It makes it special for all of us to be here on this big day anyway, but to get to share it with family and do it in a way like this, how many brothers get a chance to do this other than maybe the Ortiz brothers on a regular basis?
Yeah, it's phenomenal to see, and we'll see how they do here in a race where I think if we stayed on the turf, we were going to have Retired Kathy as an overwhelming favorite, and I think it's a better betting race, truthfully, now that we're off the turf. And you can see by the betting board right here, the money's kind of spread out. I land on the 8. I think the 8 horse is going to like the going out here. I'm a fan of the surface switch for Extreme Smoke Show. I get it. There's some turf bloodlines there, but I think this horse is better on the dirt and bred for a wet track. How do you see the race, Ange?
Well, the outside two didn't have any turf experience to them prior to that. I was just looking for speed. We're always looking for speed on the main track when it gets a little bit wet. And Tour Queen, even though she hasn't tried the dirt, has a pretty good pedigree to be very versatile and good at a lot of things. I don't like the fact that she inherited the rail. Right now she's 7-1, but she's run very, very well against her own age group out in Northern California, and they've thrown a number of things at her. She's gone on the synthetic, she's gone on the turf, she's gone long, she's gone short. Her consistent card is speed, and that's going to help her a lot in here.
And I think fans, as you're wagering on these races, especially if you're out here, keep an eye on how the track is playing. We just saw one of the long shots win race number 1, and guess what? That horse was up on or near the lead, and Kelsey snuck up the rail. And that's the other part of the equation you have to watch, is where these horses are winning from. So I really believe that speed's going to be a good thing, and I think this 8 horse that I've touted here is going to be a little closer to the pace, but I'm right, or Ange is right. The 2 likely is the pace setter. Bottom line is, it's going to be a really cool race. It's the Curtis Samson Oaks, and we've got Canterbury Immortality up and down the roster, including Luis Quinones, who rides the 7 at 9-1. Good luck. Get your wagers in now. Again, sloppy tracking off the turf. Have some fun tonight, everybody.
Sir Leonard Dykert's call to the post brings them onto the track for the Kurt Samson Oaks. Off the turf, distance is okay, and here they are. Number 2, Tour Queen, is here from Golden Gate Fields. Tour Queen is owned by Jason Hall Stables and Stephen Baker. Ty Garrett trains, Luis Fuentes in the irons. Number 3, Barb's Dream Come True, owned by Barbara Waite. Tim Padilla trains, Alonzo Quinones in the irons. We welcome Brian Pena to Canterbury, and Mr. Pena handles number 4, Pink Lady Lucia, for Lopez Racing and trainer Elias Lopez. Number 5 is Omega Miz, for Richard Schultz, trainer, and check that, number 6, Hattie Bloom. Hattie Bloom wears the Winchester colors, trained by Gary Shearer and ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. And number 7, Rainbow Angel. Welcome back to Canterbury, Luis Quinones, 5-time champion jockey here back in the day. Louis Q handles Rainbow Angel for Bad Boy Racing and Ray Ashford Jr. Number 8 is Extreme Smoke Show and Serafin Carmona for Extreme Racing and trainer Mac Robertson. That's the lineup for the Kurt Samson Oaks on the main track 5 minutes from now.
Hello from the winner's circle. We are coming up to race 2 pretty quickly. Remember, the Curtis Samson Oaks is on the muddy main track, well, the sloppy main track, with just the scratch of retired Kathy and Omega Miz. But what did you see from them out on the track, and how would you envision this race being run from a pace standpoint?
Well, I think on nights like this is some of the most important time to watch the television monitors, because remember, a lot of these races like this one were scheduled for the turf. So part of the job of the jockey right now is, yes, to warm the horse up, but the second part of it, Ange, is they want to get this horse comfortable on the footing, and not a lot of these horses have been on a racetrack like they're going to be on tonight. So I've been watching the monitor rather closely. I like what I'm seeing from the horse I touted. I think the 8 horse for Mac Robertson looks really comfortable on this wet track. I'm just not certain the distance is going to be her favorite distance. She can win at this distance, but I think she's probably more of a sprinter, and I think it's going to be super interesting to see what the inside 3 horses do, led by your 2, who I think is clear on the lead.
Well, and I thought that she made the best impression to me in the paddock. She looked really nice out there. But as I watch her on track, she is jumping around a little bit. I don't know how much she's trained or how much she's been over a wet track in California at any point. So this is foreign to her, more so than it might be to some of her competition. The hope for me is that Luis Fuentes can somehow get clear. I don't know how clear he can get, maybe a length or so, because there are some speedsters to her outside that don't want kickback in their face. But if the inside is all right, as we've seen, it's not so bad. Maybe she can go out there and settle into a rhythm. She is willing to fight, and she can duel and carry on. And I think right now, I can't see the price on her, but it was pretty good the last time that we checked.
I think the 3 looks really good warming up. Barb's dream come true. Never worse than second. 4 races, 2 firsts, 2 seconds. And we talked to Alonso Quinones in the paddock. He seemed pretty confident he could get the best of his brother, Louis Q. Paul Allen, it's the Curtis Samson Oaks. They're warming up nicely. We're set to run into the history books again. Here we go.
And this will be the 4th running of the Kurt Samson Oaks as they arrive at the starting gate. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Angela. And thank all of you for coming out to the races at Canterbury despite the blustery conditions. Those of you watching and wagering abroad, thank you very much for joining us this Saturday. Our first pick 5 with a nation low 10% takeout began race 1 with a 13-1 outsider named Willow My Girl prevailing, doing so on the early lead, given the sloppy going. Extreme Smoke Show 7-5 and favored. Barb's Dream Come True is 2-1. One out. Our starter is Oscar Quitos, and we are ready. And they're racing in the Kurt Samson Oaks. They all popped okay. Pink Lady Lucia with Pena pinched back to last shortly after the start and is on the move now, just 3 lengths from the lead. Extreme Smoke Show is the gray, looking to smoke clear on the lead. Inside of that is Hattie Bloom. Right behind them is Tour Queen. Then we come back to Rainbow Angel, looking to win 2 in a row, to the inside of Pink Lady Lucia, trying to keep that 3-race winning streak alive. And Barb's Dream Comes True comes scooting through to the inside, and they splash up the Canterbury Park barn side. We have a 2-pronged pace battle, soon to be 3. Inside, it's Hattie Bloom, and between them, Extreme Smoke Show, now joined by Tour Queen, and Tour Queen at 8-1 makes it a line of 3. The second line of 3 inside is Barb's Dream Come True, overtaken by Pink Lady Lucia, and now in last is Rainbow Angel, and up top, Hattie Bloom in full bloom, leading by a neck. It's Hattie Bloom at 22-1. Hattie Bloom wins the run to the quarter pole, or does she? Because Tour Queen is on the move. Extreme Smoke Show ships all in and is doing the moonwalk. Rainbow Angels closing from behind. Barb's Dream Come True right in front of that one. And they're coming home now in the Kurt Samson Oaks. And it may be a humdinger. It's Tour Queen to the outside of Hattie Bloom. These 2 a mile clear from Barb's Dream Come True. Hattie Bloom, Tour Queen looking to roll. 2 and 6 to the line together. Tour Queen gets the money at 8-1. Number 2, Tour Queen, first, 2-6-3-8 in the Kurt Samson Oaks. And we welcome friends and family members of the late Kurt Samson to the winner's enclosure. Race 2, the Kurt Samson Oaks, named in honor of the dearly departed Kurt Samson, longtime chairman of Canterbury Parks Holding Corporation. Kurt, along with Dale Shenian and Randy Samson, a major reason for reopening of racing in Minnesota in 1994. Canterbury Parks chairman Randy Samson, Kurt's son, is in the winner's circle to present the trophy to the winner of the Kurt Samson Oaks. And the upset is official. The Superfecta paid $119 for a dime. Exacta 2-6, $95. Trifecta $129. First double 2-2 paid $146. Race number 3, about 22 minutes from now, courtesy of John Deere and Anheuser-Busch. It's the Lady Canterbury on the main track. To the winner's enclosure, Tour Queen and Canterbury Park's leading rider, Luis Fuentes. Tour Queen is owned by Jason Hall Stables and Stephen Baker. The winning trainer, Ty Garrett. This is a 3-year-old brown filly by Tourist from the Street Boss mare, Fancy Boss. And Tour Queen was bred in Kentucky by Jason Hall, Stephen Baker, and David Branch. In the winner's enclosure, winning jockey Luis Fuentes with Senor Spotty.
Excellent ride by our top rider here, and this is a horse in from Golden Gate that you've never been on race day. How much do you use that time from the paddock to the starting gate to get to know how she operates?
I mean, it's very crucial. I mean, you don't get a lot of time on them in the post parade, but enough to get to know them a little bit. And I seen that she kind of was bouncing from the dirt a little bit, so I'm like, I don't think she'll like that dirt in her face. So the plan was to send her. She got out of there good, but she didn't have enough speed. Once those two cleared me and I, saw I had an opportunity to get outside and be in the clear, I took it. And then after that, she just grabbed on the bit, and I mean, she did the rest.
And you made a good point, because as we handicapped this race in the press box, we thought you'd be bouncing out of that gate and on the lead. So you had to make a mid-race adjustment. How do you get a horse like that to relax when she's used to being on the front end, having to sit off and maybe get outside where you're not getting that mud kicked in your face?
I mean, you got to just try to, sit as chilly as you can on them. Don't mess with them. I feel like the less you do, the more you do, and I've always thought that way. So, I mean, she relaxed good and stuff, and once I got her in the clear, she just picked it up, and, I mean, she did everything on her own after that.
And we've had a ton of rain, but the track looks like it's playing pretty fair. You guys, as jockeys, have to figure out where the best place to be is in the races moving forward. Any touts so far that you can see that is a good spot to be in on this track?
I mean, the track is actually, they did a pretty good job. They sealed it this, 2 days ago and stuff like that. So, I mean, I feel like if you're close to the rail, not on the rail is kind of, there's water there. But if you're from like the 2 to the 5 path, you're good. The track's good.
That was a brilliant ride. Congrats on a nice stakes win tonight, Luis.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Luis Fuentes, Tour Queen, off the pace and into the winner's circle. And another upset here on a Saturday night.
And they're racing in the Kurt Samson Oaks. They all popped okay. Pink Lady Lucia with Pena pinched back to last shortly after the start and is on the move now, just 3 lengths from the lead. Extreme Smoke Show is the gray, looking to smoke clear on the lead. Inside of that is Hattie Bloom. Right behind them is Tour Queen. Then we come back to Rainbow Angel, looking to win 2 in a row. To the inside of Pink Lady Lucia, trying to keep that 3-race winning streak alive. And Barb's Dream Comes True comes scooting through to the inside, and they splash up the Canterbury Park barn side. We have a 2-pronged pace battle, soon to be 3. Inside, it's Hattie Bloom, and between them, Extreme Smoke Show, now joined by Tour Queen, and Tour Queen at 8-1 makes it a line of 3. The second line of 3 inside is Barb's Dream Come True, overtaken by Pink Lady Lucia, and now in last is Rainbow Angel, and up top, Hattie Bloom in full bloom, leading by a neck. It's Hattie Bloom at 22-1. Hattie Bloom wins the run to the quarter pole, or does she? Because Tour Queen is on the move. Extreme Smoke Show ships all in and is doing the moonwalk. Rainbow Angels closing from behind. Barb's Dream Come True right in front of that one. And they're coming home now in the Kurt Samson Oaks. And it may be a humdinger. It's Tour Queen to the outside of Hattie Bloom. These two a mile clear from Barb's Dream Come True. Hattie Bloom, Tour Queen looking to roll. 2 and 6 to the line together. Tour Queen gets the money at 8-1. Hey, welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. Here comes Canterbury Park Immortality. It is the Lady Canterbury Stakes, the 32nd running. The Lady C is down to 3 for the 5th running of this race on the main track, which still is sloppy. Make it muddy. It's a muddy main track. Let's cap it with KG and Angela.
Yeah, these are always difficult races to handicap. You think only 3 horses, it should be easy, but the pace kind of gets thrown out the window, Ange. And even though we think we've got lone speed to the outside, I think if we learned anything in the Curtis Samson Oaks, what they look like on paper doesn't mean they're going to run that way on the track. Jockeys have poker faces too, and I think with your 2 horse that you had last race, great tout by you, we didn't ever see that horse sitting off the pace, but the horse got a great trip, sat behind 2 horses that were dueling, and then did the right thing in the stretch, which is reap the benefits of that garden trip. Here it looks like the same type of thing. Thunder's Rock and Roll should be loose. I think the 5, though, Scent of Success, if you go back in the PPs, has enough speed to be a problem early and good enough to hang around. And if they hook up, then you've got the 2 horse who should be rolling late. So even though there's only 3, I think you can tell by the betting board right now, all 3 with a legitimate chance for victory.
Well, and the question always is, especially with these turf horses, how they are going to take to not just mud, but our mud. Because if you look with the 2 Big Bad Diva, you have some mud form. But with the 2 horses that you expect to be on the pace, Scent of Success and Thunder's Rock and Roll, no real wet track experience, and the only time the Thunder's Rock and Roll has started over a wet track didn't go very well, but those were different settings. That was a different kind of race completely. Her speed will make her very effective in here, and I thought the fact that she drew to the outside of Scent of Success made a difference. How do you see it? Do you see these 2 racing away, or do you see the 3 of them staying as a pack?
I think there's going to be some separation. I think the 2 is comfortable sitting off the pace, and I think Luis Fuentes, if we learned anything last race, is comfortable sitting back in that 2 or 3 path, waiting to pounce. And Big Bad Diva has 5 starts on a wet track, 4 for 5 in that trifecta, so she has that advantage. I think the key to the entire race is what Serafin Carmona does. The Bug Boy has been awesome all year. Hey, and when Mac Robertson starts the meet and says, you're going to be my go-to guy, then you know this kid can ride. All right, Mac is here to win. He's a fierce competitor. He's one of the all-time greatest trainers in the history of the track, and he's got a double handler on his horse. So, yes, he's here to win. And so any questions we had about Carmona are gone here in the first month. This kid can ride, and I think he holds the key to the race. How much pressure can he put on Thunder's Rock and Roll, who is super fast, but if she has to go too fast early, will she be vulnerable late?
You would think so. I mean, if they do go ahead and tangle up on the front end, we've just seen this track play a little bit more fair than I would anticipate early on. But I think that she, just like the horse that I mentioned in the last race who didn't duel and keep going, she can duel and keep going. We just don't know about that with Scent of Success because she's been more of a presser in the last year or 2. She stayed just off the pace, but I agree with you. She is the key to the race, and Big Bad Diva would be the beneficiary. Now, seeing the 3 of them down here, who makes the best physical impression to you as far as who's going to run their race now that there's some different conditions thrown at them?
I got to tell you, all 3 look good, but if one stands out, it'd be Mac's horse. I think the 5 makes a really nice impression down here. It is humid in Shakopee. We've had a bunch of rain. That humidity is still in the air, and I don't see any sweat on Scent of Success. I was ready to double barrel the bet if we were on the turf. I watched her gallop out last time. It was unfrickin' believable. So even though I like the 7 here, and I think the 7 is loose, from what I'm seeing in the paddock, the 5 could be a very big problem in the Lady Canterbury.
I would definitely give her the thumbs up from a visual standpoint. Scent of Success making a very good showing down here in the Lady Canterbury. Remember, betting options with the 3 of them are down to win. Exacta, double. Pick 3 wagers, and remember, we are off the turf today. This one will go on the muddy. It's been upgraded to muddy main track in 9 minutes.
To the racetrack for the 32nd running of the Lady Canterbury Stakes, 5th time on the main track, and here they are. Number 2 is Big Bad Diva and Luis Fuentes. This one is owned by James T. Williams, Tyler Bowen, and Rick Gallegos. Matt Williams trains. Canterbury Hall of Famer Mac Robertson trains number 5, Scent of Success, for Novogratz Racing, and the rider, Serafin Carmona. Number 7 is Thunder's Rock and Roll. For owner Bob Lindgren, trainer John Arnett in the irons, Alonzo Quinones. 5 minutes. Approaching the gate for the Lady C, and here's Angela Herman.
Thank you, Paul. I'm down by the starting gate for the Lady Canterbury. With the three that remain, I wanted to get a good look at everybody on the track. And I have to say, the Thunder's Rock and Roll has kept her energy level at a top. The whole time that she's been on the track and in the paddock, she has been very much bouncing around on her toes. Scent of Success, like Kevin and I said, made a good impression in the paddock. She is very much laid back out here on the main track still. And Big Bad Diva, the one on the inside, and very well-named filly. She's a big girl. She has calmed down since she came out here on track, though, and Fuentes looks to go back-to-back in these stakes. Paul, get him in the gate for the Lady C.
It's race time for the Lady Canterbury. Thirty-second running of the Lady C. Relegated to 3. Thunder's Rock and Roll, even money favorite. Here they come. And they're racing. It's the Lady C 3 and Thunder's Rock and Roll on a rainy Saturday in Shakopee is able to splash clear by a length and a half, racing in path 3, now angling down to path 2. And right behind the pace setter, Thunder's Rock and Roll, we have Big Bad Diva to the inside of Scent of Success. It's Thunder's Rock and Roll tugging along the other two as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. And the 3-5 favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, does it reasonably. Scent of Success used to share a home with Thunder's Rock and Roll, 2 lengths out of it and covering up Big Bad Diva. In the 2024 Lady Canterbury, they zing into the far turn with less than a half mile to travel, and Thunder's Rock and Roll has been calling all the shots every step of the way. And off the far turn, Thunder's Rock and Roll still spotless, cap to boot. Carmona's getting busy on Scent of Success with 0 main track wins and her first try on a wet track, and she's a half length behind Thunder's Rock and Roll. Big Bad Diva waiting for a way through. That's the 2, about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead, and now shoved on by Canterbury's leading rider, Luis Fuentes. Thunder's Rock and Roll pounds away with the lead. Scent of Success hanging around. Big Bad Diva to the inside and into the final football field. We can put a Q around the 2024 Lady Canterbury, Alonso Quinones, and Thunder's Rock and Roll, wire to wire. Number 7, Thunder's Rock and Roll ran first. 7.25 in race 3. The Lady Canterbury official. Double from the upset in race 2, paid $39.20. Our first pick 3, $297 for a buck. And the most recent winner was 3-5. Race number 4 keeps us on the muddy main track. No scratches, no rider changes. And race 4 begins our second of 2 pick 5s. 50 cents. Nation low 10% takeout for the final 5 races this Saturday at CBY. Race 4 is courtesy of Jim Beam Bourbon, elegant, smooth, refined. We also thank Busch Light, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury Park. We welcome to the winner's enclosure Amber Carlisle. That's our senior racing operations manager. And Amber has the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the 32nd Lady Canterbury. And here they come into the winner's enclosure, Thunder's Rock and Roll and Alonzo Quinones. Thunder's Rock and Roll is owned by Bob Lindgren and trained by John Arnett. The victorious filly is a Minnesotan, also bred by Bob Lindgren, by McLean's Music, out of Thunder and Honey. In the winner's circle, Angela is with Alonzo Quinones.
I have Alonzo Quinones back again. We've been recently together. Now we're back in the winner's circle after Thunder's Rock and Roll takes the Lady Canterbury. Now take us through the trip first, because from the outside, with only 2 to your inside, did you think you could clear off? Did you try to save a little something? Take us through it.
Well, no, I mean, it's pretty easy to figure out, because I was the only speed in the race. I'm just hoping for a nice and clean break. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be all alone in front, and then just try to, just put her to sleep or just take her around, just don't fall off.
How did you think she handled the track? You had been on her on Fast Dirt last year in the Minnesota Oaks. How did she take to the mud?
You know what? She did just fine. She was a 3-year-old last year, and she really impressed me the way she won the Oaks. When I asked her to turn for home, she just left everybody behind, and she still got a lot. She grew up a little bit. She's got a lot more body. She feels a lot stronger. She looks good.
And, she can do a number of things. Do you think going 2 turns on the dirt is what she does best after you've been on her a couple of times? She has been so impressive in both of these stakes.
You know what? To me, she's just very nice and good horses that will run any distance, and from in the front, from behind, they just got a big heart,
Good horses with great pilots aboard. Come to the winner's circle in the Lady Canterbury. You are no exception. Congratulations with your win on Thunder's Rock and Roll.
Thank you, Bob, and thanks everybody for coming to support us. Thanks.
Thank you, Alonzo. Another very, very impressive win by Thunder's Rock and Roll, and the Lady Canterbury goes to her.
racing, it's the Lady C3, and Thunder's Rock and Roll on a rainy Saturday in Shakopee is able to splash clear by a length and a half, racing in path 3, now angling down to path 2, and right behind the pace setter, Thunder's Rock and Roll, we have Big Bad Diva to the inside of Scent of Success. It's Thunder's Rock and Roll tugging along the other two as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. And the 3 to 5 favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, does it reasonably. Scent of Success used to share a home with Thunder's Rock and Roll, 2 lengths out of it and covering up Big Bad Diva. In the 2024 Lady Canterbury, they zing into the far turn with less than a half mile to travel, and Thunder's Rock and Roll has been calling all the shots every step of the way. And off the far turn, Thunder's Rock and Roll still spotless, cap to boot. Carmona's getting busy on Scent of Success with 0 main track wins and her first try on a wet track, and she's a half length behind Thunder's Rock and Roll. Big Bad Diva waiting for a way through. That's the 2, about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead, and now shoved on by Canterbury's leading rider, Luis Fuentes. Thunder's Rock and Roll pounds away with the lead. Scent of Success hanging around. Big Bad Diva to the inside and into the final football field. We can put a Q around the 2024 Lady Canterbury. Alonso Quinones and Thunder's Rock and Roll, wire to wire.
All right, welcome out to the paddock as we get a little breeze out here in Shakopee. Main track trying to dry out as the procession goes on. After back-to-back stakes races, we take a little break here mid-card, get back to the claimers, and these are the hard knockers that make the game go at racetracks like Canterbury and all over the country. I fell in love with the game coming out here in the mid-'80s because of the hard knockers like this, and this is another example of a great betting race, wide open with the speed figures very balanced top to bottom. You can look at the betting board right now and see how that money is spread out. So let's take a look at the field. We'll start on the inside. Troy Bethke is the trainer and owner of Bumper Pool. Bumper Pool has 3 starts on a wet track, has hit the board once, likes to sit off the pace and make a late run. We'll see what type of trip Eduardo Gallardo gives this horse, because Eddie's one of our very best, and the fact that he's on this horse tells me he thinks this horse has a shot. And I'll tell you what, Troy Bethke brings in prices on the board right now. There's my man Troy at 15-1. Number 2 is Rocky Mountain Twist. That's right, a Colorado bred who likely would be running at Arapahoe Park right now, but they're not running. So it's been a great benefit to Canterbury to get those horses to come here, and can't wait to talk to Amber Carlisle before our 5th race, who's the senior manager in charge of all these great horses, and she's done a fabulous job with her staff of getting those horses like this too to come to Shakopee. Those Colorado horses have made a big difference, and now we've got a big betting race here thanks to Amber Carlisle and her group. And I like this horse to be off the pace, charging late with Roman, and we'll see how hot the pace is up front. Right now, 14-1 on the board. I'm going to go with a front marker here. I'm going to try the 3 West Island. This horse has good dirt form. We don't know much about the wet track form. This is the first time this horse will try to tackle that. But the sire's father, so the grandsire, was Spikestown. And Spikestown's one of the best in the business when it comes to wet tracks. So I'm going to trust the bloodlines. The grandfather was a mutter. Not the mutter was a mutter, but the grandfather was a mutter. And 3-1 on the speedy West Island. Number 4 is Goose Drank Wine. De Silva gets the call here. Turf to dirt is the angle. So is the class drop. And the horse showed nice speed last time out against a much tougher field. So with the class relief, know this. The horse has raced 56 times and has won 12 times. This guy knows how to get his picture taken, and he's 8-1. 5 horses taking some place. 7-1, down a touch from that 8-1 morning line. In Sateas, Barandella gets the call for Russian. Had a great conversation with Sophia about an hour ago. She brought in a nice long shot last weekend. Excellent rider, and I think she's a real good judge of pace. And this horse has some speed, like my 3 horse. So I look for Sophia to put this horse in a good spot, probably in that 3 or 4 path, probably tracking the pace. And I like to see the horse taking money early. 1 trying a wet track, didn't show much in that effort. 6 is my sneaky long shot here. I'm going to use this horse in my exactas, tries, and supers. This is Blue Skies and Angels. Elval gets the call for Brianna McDaniel. Turf to dirt and the class drop. Good wet numbers and good dirt track numbers. So I think this horse is a nice value at 9-1. 7 is Awesome Family. A little camera shy, 3 for 36, but as PA talked about, this horse hits the trifecta a lot. Keep that in mind on the underside of your big bets. Johnny Up is the 8. I think Johnny Up's a major player here. Good dirt numbers, loves Canterbury, outside attack post. He's a player, no doubt. And number 9 is the horse to beat, Astronaut Oscar. The Q looks to go boom, boom for Timmy P. Love the post, love the early speed. He'll be out there winging it per usual here. Nice looking Minnesota bred to the outside. Claimers travel 6 furlongs. Who do you like? Get your bets in now. They'll be at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
Here they come to the Muddy Main for the fourth, beginning our second and final pick 5 today.
The final 5 are upon us in 6 minutes, and there's a little ticket for you. Starting in race number 4, Rocky Mountain Twist and West Island are the only two I'm using in here, but West Island was my top pick. He's on the cutback. He was very impressive last out, and the track certainly looked like it would play in his favor in there. Now, race number 5, I can scratch onto a couple of them. That would be Plain Talk and the Alligator Hunter, but these two have some form in the mud and on our main track in the past. That's all I was looking for, and both of those two should be towards the front end. The 6th, another one that got changed around a lot, as my top 3 original picks all scratched out of there. So I'm left with 3, 5, 9, and 10. Drama Chorus is my new top pick, but Unified Dreams, the only main track only, is in the race and definitely has the history to be in a good spot early and maybe your potential upset winner. 2 and 6 remain my 2 in race number 7. Illustrator and Bourbon Aficionado both stay in here. Probably employ similar styles. It's just that Bourbon Aficionado has done most of his best running at this point on the main track, and he does have some good sloppy experience down at Oaklawn Park that should set him up well for this. The single is Speedy Baxley in the last. He's a recent gelding. Do note that Baxley is a new gelding, much to his chagrin, but he's very fast, and he looks to pick up his second win and only start number 3. You got 4 more minutes to make those late pick 5 tickets.
And on behalf of Canterbury Park, we want to welcome back everybody with Boulder Options and everybody with the philanthropic charge today. Thank you for joining us at Canterbury Park, and have a good time. There at the starting gate, it is now race time. A break from the stakes festivities for race number 4. 9 claimers dueling at 3/4 of a mile. West Island, 2-1 and favored. Goose Drank Wine, right next to Inca Tattoos. Astronaut Oscar, one of a couple of Minnesotans, last in. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Blue Skies and Angels pop beautifully, but not as well as Minnesotan Astronaut Oscar. And Oscar at 2-1 tries to sail away, but now is joined by a crush of equine athletes led by West Island, who puts the blue blinkers in front. Bumper Pool is next to the inside. After that, Blue Skies and Angels now third. Right behind them, Inca Tattoos. And Astronaut Oscar finds himself 5 wide, approaching the turn. After that, we have Rocky Mountain Twist. That one's 5 from the lead, overtaken by Johnny Up, who's on the move. Johnny trying to win 4 in a row, and Goose Drank Wine would have to leave them punch drunk from 12 out of it. Around about the quarter pole, West Island at even money calls the shot. shots with Luis Fuentes. West Island racing well off the inside by 3. Outside of that, Astronaut Oscar inside bumper pull, and between them, Blue Skies and Angels. They're into the final 150, and there goes West Island heading south very, very quickly. West Island, triple hammerlock by 6. Bumper pull ran second. Tight photo for the show. Number 3, West Island prevails as the win wagering favorite. Bumper pull ran second at 25-1. Photo for the show, 110.61 over the Muddy Main. The numbers: 3, 1, 2, 6. Up to the winner's enclosure, West Island. That's 2 for Lou. Luis Fuentes, the winning owner and trainer, Esteban Martinez. 3126, not yet official. The 4th race, official. Exacta 2460, trifecta $90 and change, even money shot on top. Racing, and they've broken a line. Blue Skies and Angels pop beautifully, but not as well as Minnesotan Astronaut Oscar. And Oscar at 2-1 tries to sail away, but now is joined by a crush of equine athletes led by West Island, who puts the blue blinkers in front. Bumper Pool is next to the inside. After that, Blue Skies and Angels now third. Right behind them, Inca Tattoos. And Astronaut Oscar finds himself 5 wide, approaching the turn. After that, we have Rocky Mountain Twist. That one's 5 from the lead, overtaken by Johnny Up, who's on the move. Johnny trying to win 4 in a row, and Goose Drank Wine would have to leave them punch drunk from 12 out of it. Around about the quarter pole, West Island at even money calls the shots with Luis Fuentes. West Island racing well off the inside by 3. Outside of that, Astronaut Oscar inside Bumper Pool, and between them, Blue Skies and Angels. They're into the final 150, and there goes West Island heading south very, very quickly. West Island, triple hammerlock by 6. Bumper Pool ran second. Tight photo for the show. We had 2 claims in race number 4, 2 claims. The winner, West Island, was claimed by trainer Larry Donlin. And number 6, Blue Skies and Angels, claimed by Herbert Martinez, owner-trainer. Middle of the Saturday stanza here at Canterbury Park. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen, in the Dark Star press box. We have some scratches in this race that commemorates the memories of one of the greats in the history of Canterbury Park, George Hutton Chapel, otherwise known as Dark Star, one of the great radio personalities in the history of Minnesota radio. Dark died 12 years ago this June, and we have a race named after him. And this sprint should be quite competitive, and best of luck to whomever is alive to Skippy Strike, because if that 10-year-old wins, guys, $57,000 to somebody via the pick 5. Let's load them up, let them rip. Race 5 right out here at the park. Let's handicap it with Senor Spotty and Angela.
Yeah, Angela, we celebrate Dark Star, and I know he's watching down on us. We lost him back in the summer of 2012, and he was one of the biggest reasons I fell in love with racing in Minnesota. I vividly remember those late nights turning on. It was on WCCO like at midnight after the rebroadcast of the news. Dark Star would come on with the Canterbury Report. So entertaining, so much fun. Teaching you a little bit about the game, yes, but more entertaining you with the game, and we celebrate the Dark Man right here.
Yeah, the Dark Man could have fun with just about any situation that you threw him into, and he never took himself too seriously at the track. It seems like everybody upstairs has a Dark Star story. There's some interaction that you had with him that made your time out here very special, and it's just an honor to be a part of the race that honors him, and it's a turf sprint. I mean, this would be a little more wide open than Dark might like, but some of the recent results would go his way. This is still, despite the scratches, and we do have 4 of them, a good race and a competitive one to deal with all of the changes in play.
Yeah, and as the track starts to dry out, you got to try to get a beat on what you're seeing in the opening few races, and I think you and I were spot on earlier in the press box. We talked about it. Yeah, you can probably come get the money from off the pace, but you're probably going to be better if you're on or near the lead, and we've seen some horses do very well up front, and so we'll start with the 3-horse here, Ange. 21 and change, which is a very cute name, too, for a horse that is so fast out of the gate. I think this horse absolutely will love a wet track. We see one win already in that circumstance, and we know the horse is fast.
Well, and he's been keeping some good company, too. I mean, if you go back to one of his races earlier this year, the last place finisher went on to win an optional claimer at Churchill Downs. I mean, this whole field went in its entirety, had only missed the board 14 times in 48 tries doing this sort of thing. I mean, they are just very, very good and consistent horses, and 21 and change is one of those. You can see his performances on all different kinds of surfaces, too. He is 1-for-1 on a wet track, and I know that they're going to be at least a part of the pace, if not setting it, but the horse right door, Hi-Ya, will probably have a little something to say about that.
Yeah, Hi-Ya is in good form off a sharp win last time, and you look at this horse in his career, 5 starts on a wet track, 4 for 5 in the trifecta, and Hi-Ya looks like a horse that, because he's taking early money, maybe an outsider on the turf, I think a major player here on this wet track, certainly a contender. Skippy Strike would signal a big payoff in the pick 5. We were just upstairs talking about this before we came downstairs. Did I hear you right? $57,000?
Over $57,000 in store if you have the pick 5 ticket with Skippy Strike on it. Good luck wherever you are.
That's awesome.
That is amazing. If you do have Skippy Strike, you have capped very, very well for this mud. And Skippy Strike has won in the mud before. Not as much of a dirt horse as he's been a turf horse over the years, and more of a distance horse than he's been a sprinter. But there is enough speed in here where at least I think he'll get the setup that he likes. Whether or not he gets there, different story. But he definitely will have something to run at down the lane, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Skippy Strike.
I'm on the 6 here. I like the Alligator Hunter. I don't love the price at all right now, but I do think this horse is a horse that will handle the wet surroundings. We've seen some past performances, 2 for 4 on a wet track. He's going to have to be careful, though, because there's other speed in the race. I don't want him to get in that proverbial horse sandwich. If he can sit off and pounce, I think that's the proper trip. But I got to tell you, Ange, we're watching these horses parade around. I know you like the 7 on paper. I can tell you I love what I'm seeing from the 7 in the flesh.
A double handler is always going to catch your eye as well as a great on a rainy day. And he's 6-1. This is surprising. Even though Plain Talk would need to maybe turn back the clock a little bit, it wouldn't be too far. This was a track record holder at one time on this track, and he too is a versatile sort that's 3 for 5 over muddy surfaces, and he's been running 5.5 down at Fairgrounds. I much prefer him at 5. I would even prefer him on either one of our surfaces up here at Canterbury, just given his record over both. Drawing to the outside of most of the speed in here will only help his cause. I really would love that 6-1 to stay, but I don't think it will.
I like the looks of the 8 in the paddock, too. This is the horse I have third in my analysis. We're getting double digits right now, 11-1 on Captivated Drama. Lindsay gets the call here. And I think the biggest Positive for this horse is where he's drawn. You know the 3 and 7 can fly. You know the Alligator Hunter won't be far behind, but this 8 could get a great outside attack post trip, and he's raced on a wet track twice with a win and a second. So there's a bomb for your tries and supers at a juicy price. Hey, it's the Dark Star Sprint. It's going to be an awesome stakes race. We're going to load them up and let them rip. It's all coming up and coming at you next.
Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post brings them on to a muddy main track for the Dark Star, and here they are. Number 3 is 21 and Change, ridden by Alfredo Barajas. For the Thumbs Up Gang, the trainer, Miguel Angel Silva. Matt Williams conditions for Hayah. For Tyler Bowen and James T. Williams in the irons, Luis Fuentes. Sophia Barandella guides the 10-year-old Skippy Strike. Cap Bedford is the owner-trainer. And Pete Matson and Tim Padilla own number 6, the Alligator Hunter. The current win wagering favorite is trained by Tim Padilla in the irons, Alonzo Quinones. Serafin Carmona is astride the speedy Plain Talk. For Novogratz Racing and trainer Mac Robertson. And number 8, Captivated Drama. For Tom Adams, trainer Lane Johnston, and Chad Lindsay has the call aboard Captivated Drama in the 2024 Dark Star. Hey, in the winner's enclosure, Kevin Gorg with Amber Carlisle, who is our Senior Racing Operations Manager.
Yeah, really proud of this young lady, her first year in that role, and I got to tell you, we're 1 month into this, knock on wood, but the fields have been great. Outstanding racing so far. We've seen giant pick 5s. What's working?
Yeah, we really condensed our race conditions and offered less races per day to just boost our field size. It's really worked out, and we've really relied on our turf course this year with just monster fields.
And I think for all of us, we've talked about this in the press box, there was a point in our lives when we were a lot younger that we fell in love with the game of horse racing. I can point to the moment I saw Hoister Flag here in the mid-'80s, and I was hooked. For you, what drew you in?
I was watching the 1999 Kentucky Derby and fell in love when the horses were in the first turn and just knew that's what I wanted to do with my life.
Charismatic. I hope you had a couple bucks on Charismatic. Chris Antley would guide that horse to the Derby and Preakness when I got to watch that Belmont where he fell a little bit short and had those health issues. Days like today are tough for you, right? Because you're up early, you're trying to figure out what the weather's doing. It's one thing we cannot control here at Canterbury is the amount of rain we get. Take us through the process this morning on how all the decisions are made.
Yeah, we started looking at the weather late last night. It's been a tough day with the horsemen trying to figure out what to do with their horses, and it's just a disappointment to come off the turf on our big day, but it's still a good day of racing, a lot of excitement and enthusiasm.
And I just think, rainy day today, the weather forecast was terrible. I thought there'd be nobody here, and you look around, and to me, this is what makes Canterbury so magical. Do you ever get a chance through your busy day to look around and say, hey, this is working in Minnesota?
Yes, I love it. I love coming out here and listening to the crowds and hearing people be excited to watch the races. There's nothing else like it. No other racetrack in the country does it like we do.
Canterbury, how about a big round of applause? She makes the races go. She's so talented. It is Amber Carlisle, and we're lucky to have her here in Shakopee.
Carlisle. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Dark Star Sprint. Plain Talk goes in. So does Hiya. And now Skippy Strike, the elder statesman in the field. Captivated Drama, last in line. The Alligator Hunter, 4-5 in favored. It's the Dark Star Sprint. Load them up, let them rip. Race 5 right out here at the park. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for Hiya. 21 and change. Looks to go 21 and change on the wet going. 21 and change. Takes the lead by a neck. The Alligator Hunter prominent. So is Plain Talk to the outside. And they head into the far turn. 3 astern. Hiya watches it from 5 out. 3.5 clear from Captivated Dream. Way back in last to Skippy Strike. They're approaching the top of the stretch. And we still have a breakneck 3-horse pace battle, and it's hot with a quarter of a mile to go. Incredible. 21 and change to the inside. Between them, the Alligator Hunter, then Plain Talk, and Hiya swings into action beautifully on the 4 wide side, and at 5-1 into the final 150. The Alligator Hunter locked in battle with 21 and change. Then it's Plain Talk and Hiya, but the Alligator Hunter is too good, and he's the Dark Star champion. Six, the Alligator Hunter ran first. It is 6-3, 4-7. The Dark Star official. Exacta $11.70, trifecta $17 and a nickel, superfecta $6 and change. The pick 3 from race 3 paid $7, pick 4 $56 and change, and the first pick 5 today paid $2,120.95. Race number 6 is the Brooksfields Mile. Main track, muddy. Scratch numbers 2, 6, 7, and 8. Into the winner's circle, after pushing the earnings past $400,000, here is the Alligator Hunter and Alonzo Quinones. The owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla is the winning trainer. The Alligator Hunter is a 6-year-old chestnut son of Overanalyze from the stormy Atlantic mare, Garden Gloves. We welcome to the winner's circle a member of the Steam team and longtime friend of Dark Star, Angela Herman, as the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Dark Star Sprint. In the winner's circle, it's KG with Mr. Matson.
Yeah, he's a Canterbury Classic, and sadly we lost another Canterbury Classic this week in Joe Friedberg. The tie that binds them all together is the namesake of this race, the great Dark Star. And Pete, you've been out here a long, long time. Joe Friedberg's a tough loss this week for all of us. And today, of course, we pay tribute to Dark Star. What was your relationship like with those gentlemen?
Oh, I knew them very well, and they were very encouraging and got me interested in horse racing.
This racehorse is a horse that you bred. It just looks to me, watching him up close, that he loves what he does. There was no easy point in this race today. He was hounded every step of the way. What makes him just so doggone special?
He's just got a big heart, and once he learned to run straight, he's pretty hard to beat.
I know you watched the race right down here like a railbird, right? Right on top of the track. What were your thoughts as they turned for home?
Just get the lead and stay there.
Great.
And run straight.
He ran straight. He got there first, and he got the trophy and the money. The alligator on his game again today, guys.
Right out here at the park. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for Hiya. 21 and change looks to go 21 and change on the wet going. 21 and change takes the lead by a neck. The Alligator Hunter prominent, so is Plain Talk to the outside, and they head into the far turn, 3 astern. Hiya watches it from 5 out, 3.5 clear from Captivated Dream. Way back in last to Skippy Strike. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and we still have a breakneck 3-horse pace battle, and it's hot with a quarter of a mile to go. Incredible. 21 and change to the inside. Between them, the Alligator Hunter, then Plain Talk, and Hiya swings into action beautifully on the 4 wide side, and at 5-1 into the final 150. The Alligator Hunter locked in battle with 21 and change. Then it's Plain Talk and Hiya, but the Alligator Hunter is too good, and he's the Dark Star champion. Let's roll on with this rainy Saturday at Canterbury Park. The rain stopped hours ago, but the main track still is muddy. And sadly, all of these nice stakes races are off the turf, including the Brooksfields Mile, where we have several scratches here. We'll handicap it in 1 second. But how about these Minnesotans in the Lady Canterbury? Minnesotan Thunder's Rock and Roll takes them wire to wire. And most recently, Minnesotan the Alligator Hunter wins the Dark Star and pushes his earnings past $400,000. Here in the Brooksfields Mile, there is one Minnesotan, and his name is That's Not Funny, and he's ridden by Canterbury Park Hall of Famer Luis Quinones. We'll see if these Minnesotans can go 3 in a row, put a Q around that. Let's handicap it with KG and Angela.
Yeah, thank you very much, PA. Couple of quick shout-outs here. Our friend Paul Nolan has a young lady named Penny that he's very close with, and Penny's celebrating her birthday out here today. Penny, any friend of Paul Nolan's, the sod surgeon, is a friend of ours. Happy birthday to Penny.
Happy birthday.
Eric Hallstrom and his wife Chris are here in from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. One of my very, very favorite human beings. We love Eric, and so nice to see both of them out here at Canterbury today, too. And Angela, it's Eric's kind of day, right? He's a guy like me that started out here in the 80s, like you, fell in love with the racetrack at a young age. Stakes races are where these horses run into the history books. The Brooksfields, to me, is a race that was scheduled on the turf, that went to the dirt, that still stands like a pretty good handicapping puzzle.
Indeed, yeah, sorry about that. We got 1 mile on the main track now, but the main track only entrant is the way that you went in here, and that is so important. We don't have those in all of our turf races, but we do in here. As this horse tried the turf last time around, it didn't go so well, but that was only his 3rd try over the turf. It had been a long time between drinks for him. This looks like a good spot for him, but we'll start on the inside with Rockstar Red, and Rockstar Red coming off a good string of performances doing different things, including the turf. Has not performed as well over a wet track in the past, but those were down at the fairgrounds. What do you make of him?
Yeah, he's a wild card for me. He's certainly bred for a wet track. He's had 3 tries and hasn't done much with those 3 tries, but the bloodlines say this horse should love the footing. You get some early speed in a race where I think early speed might be good. We'll find out, but certainly a horse worth a peek now that we're off the turf. Same thing with Drama Course. This is a puzzling spot for Drama Course. 0 for 12 on dirt races, a monster on the turf. I'm a little surprised Drama Course is here. What do you think?
Well, a couple of years ago, he did run in the Brooksfields on a muddy track, and he ran a good second. He was behind Tut's Revenge, and Tut's Revenge at the time was in his zone. I mean, he stuck to this horse throughout. It looked like Tut's Revenge had a lot of horse that day, but Drama Chorus lost little in defeat. I agree with you, and kind of with plain talk, he's going to need to find maybe some shade of his old self, but he's really not far away from those really good races on the front end, and I think he's shown he can handle our wet track, so this is the way that I go.
Silent Poet is the 4. I expect some speed. This is a horse that's had some success on dirt. Not a lot of races, just 3 starts, but does have a win. I expect Gallardo to push the button. Good-looking horse. Been watching this horse in the enclosure, now out here in the walking ring. I think the 4 looks outstanding. What do you make of That's Not Funny with the Q?
That's Not Funny, the one with the least main track experience showing on paper right now, but That's Not Funny is coming from one of the hottest barns at the meet. Cody Rosine puts him on the track off a win on the turf course. It was from pretty far off the pace, and that was my main concern with him. If this horse gets too far behind, gets too much kickback without the familiarity with it, it could be a lot of new things for him, and it could maybe catch him off guard in a spot where he needs to be at his very best. Right now he is 7-2 on the board, though, taking some money, I'm sure, just with respect to the pedigree, certainly being conducive to handling all kinds of surfaces.
We both have the 9 second. I think the 9 is certainly a horse that maybe flies under the radar here, even though it was the main track only entrant. I like the fact that this horse has had success at Canterbury. I like that he's 1 for 1 on a wet track. And I will tell you this, the 9 makes a really nice impression down here in the paddock, Ange. Very good physically.
Yeah, like he looks great. And Unified Dreams, like you said, has good experience over a muddy main track, and he stayed closer to the pace in that event. Lindy Wade got aggressive with him and kept him closer, and I would expect the same tactic to be in play today. He fell way behind on the turf last time, and that just didn't work out for him. But one who might be pretty far off the pace himself, but still rallied up for a good second behind the aforementioned That's Not Funny, was Tonka Warrior.
Yeah, Tonka Warrior is my top pick in the race. I think this horse is coming in here ready to roll. It's a horse that probably needed that last start, had that terrible start out of the gate. Go back and watch that replay. Really was compromised by that slow start. I think there's enough pace to set him up. I get it. The track has been very speed friendly, but this looks like a horse that can handle any scenario. I'm picking Tonka Warrior. I think Roman will time it right and come get the money here in the Brooks Fields.
That is the field you have. Scratch 2, 6, 7, and 8, and 6 of them make their way out to crown the next Brooks Fields Mile champion. Remember, they are on muddy main track right now. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick three wagers all in play. And you got 9 minutes to do it. The field is heading to the track.
Ladies and gentlemen, racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Kim Crawford Wines, an official wine sponsor of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. We also thank Hormel Foods, a longtime proud sponsor of racing at CBY. We also thank Fairfield Inn, Gallagher, and Greystone Construction. Canterbury Park bugler Lynn Dykert with the call to the post, and here they are for the Brooks Fields Mile. Number 1 is Rockstar Red, ridden by Chad Lindsay for trainer Lane Johnston, the owner Tom Adams. Number 3 is Pete Matson's Drama Chorus, trained by Tim Padilla. Drama Chorus is ridden by Alonzo Quinones. Number 4, Silent Poet, owned by Joel Hunsberger. Silent Poet is trained by Tanner Tracy and ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. Number 5 is That's Not Funny, owned by Rick and Terry Engel and Greg Amatis. The trainer, Cody Rosine. In the irons, Canterbury Park Hall of Famer Luis Quinones. 9, Unified Dreams, ridden by Fausto da Silva for Patrice Sutherland and trainer Gary Shearer. And number 10 is Extreme Racing Stables Tonka Warrior, trained by Mac Robertson. Tonka Warrior is ridden by Constantino Roman. It's the 2024 Brooks Fields Mile. Off the turf, beginning the final pick 3 today, 5 minutes from now. Some final thoughts for the Brooksfields Mile, and here are Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman.
Angela, pace makes the race. I'm on a horse that's likely going to be far out of it with this 10. 3 and 4 look like the speed, but maybe you think one of those can separate.
I thought maybe Drama Chorus could get away. I mean, a lot will depend on how they get out of the gate because he is to the inside of Silent Poet. But Drama Chorus's best way of going, his best races at least, have come when he's clear and in control of things. It doesn't seem to matter necessarily the fractions that he cuts. It's whether he can settle into that rhythm up front. And I think on this track, with the field that's left to his outside, I think that's a very big possibility.
Don't sleep on the 9. We both got the horse second. It was the main track only entrant. I thought the horse looked great in the paddock. I've been watching the horse on our television monitors warming up. I think the horse makes a really nice impression. And if the 3 and 4 at some point do hook up, I think the 9 could sit a really nice stalking trip.
Yes, and being where he is in the gate and having his style and being in the mud, getting back to the main track, there's a lot of positives for this horse. And we just were talking about he might be in the catbird seat if things do unfold the way that you think they will. Either way, I think that he's going to be a big part of this, and they all still have to hold off Tonka Warrior.
And I love getting your analysis within a race card, especially on weather days, on how the track is playing. Anything that you can tell here as we pass now the halfway point of the card, we've got 3 races to go. As you're handicapping, what have you seen on this track?
I just seen that you want to be a little bit further off the inside. I mean, we saw earlier that when it rains, you know, it just happens. Sometimes a little more moisture goes to the inside, and it seems that maybe just a few paths off the rail has been where a lot of these guys have been guiding their horses to get the best out of them. Whether it be to rally or be on the lead, that seems to be the spot to be on this track.
Keep an eye on those television monitors. The horses going through their final preparations. They're running for this trophy right here for the Brooksfields Mile, and someone's going to run into the history books in just a minute.
Approaching the gate. They've reached the gate. It's post time for the $50,000 Brooksfields Mile. Drama Chorus, Unified Dreams, Silent Poet. One out. Here they come, Brooksfields Mile. And they're racing, perfect start. And being shipped to the early lead is Drama Chorus, who wants that lead and gets it. Silent Poet, the 9-year-old millionaire, very sharp in the early stages on the muddy main at CBY. And Drama Chorus goes like the wind to open up by 1.5 from Silent Poet. Now the pace slows down a bit around the turn, and Unified Dreams rolls up into third. After that, That's Not Funny. The Minnesotan is 8 lengths from the front, 1.5 clear from Tonka Warrior, and then Rockstar Red, indeed in the red, 9 lengths out of it. Up the barn side they go with 4.5 furlongs to travel in the Brooksfields, and Drama Chorus trying to provide the rider with 3 stakes victories this Saturday. Unified Dreams trying to put a nightmare on them all, and between them is Silent Poet. Now we have 3 in a line off the far turn. Tonka Warriors beginning to unwind from behind, being shoved on, 7 out of it. Then it's That's Not Funny and Rockstar Red. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Drama Chorus Chorus an inch. Unified Dreams cruises up alongside. Silent Poets heading the wrong way. Tonka Warrior is passing that one, and they head for home in the $50,000 Brooksfields. Unified Dreams played the weather game trying to get to the winner's circle. Tonka Warrior is surging on the outside. Drama Chorus is next to the inside. It is Unified Dreams from an erratic Tonka Warrior, and they're all facing a nightmare in the shape of Unified Dreams. Number 9, Unified Dreams, first. Photography for the rest. The numbers 9, 10, 3, 1. We welcome to the winner's circle for the trophy presentation of the Brooksfields Mile. Welcome back Sarah Fields Nesson, the daughter of the late Brooks Fields, the man for whom this race is named. And Sarah is joined today by family and friends. Now, Brooks Fields was the top executive in 1985, back in the Canterbury Downs days, when the racetrack opened, and is credited with the early development and success of racing here in Minnesota. Yearly, we honor the founder of Canterbury. Canterbury Park once again welcomes Sarah Fields Nesson back to the winner's circle. And the Brooksfields is official. Superfecta 25 and change, double $10. Pick 3, $13.50. 9-10 exacta, $6.30. And the trifecta paid $14.20. It was chalk all odds. Here come the Brooksfields Mile champions. Soon to the winner's enclosure, Unified Dreams and Fausto da Silva. This MTO is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Unified out of Flatter Me. The winning owner, Patrice Sutherland, and the winning trainer, Gary Shear. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Thoroughbred by Design. Our penultimate is 20 minutes from now. It's the Canterbury Derby. Number 1 Navy Seal is picked up by Alonzo Quinones. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com, and also the Minnesota Lottery, Dick Sanitation, Diageo, and Armadillo Decks. Who dat? Angela's in the winner's circle with the winning trainer, Gary Shearer.
Yes, one of the happiest guys that we came off the turf today with main track only Unified Dreams. Now, you claimed this horse last March. What caught your eye about him, and what have you learned about him since?
Well, Patrice was looking for a horse, and he just looked solid at the time, so we took a chance, and he's been a pleasure.
And how did the race turn out for you as far as the trip goes? Is that kind of how you wanted it to play out, or left it up to him?
It was exactly how he said it. 3 4s going out, sit off the side, run them down. That was it. No more turf for this guy, though. I mean, we tried him last time, but he's done. But he likes the dirt, so he's a good horse. Good claim.
An excellent claim on your part, and since you said he doesn't like the turf, where do you go next with a horse like this? Wait and see how it comes up, or do you have something already in mind?
Unfortunately, I'll be probably looking at Prairie Meadows, Hawthorne. I mean, I get with something here. I don't know. On the dirt, but nothing goes for him. So we got lucky it came off the turf. So.
Well, excellent training job and great effort by him. Congratulations. We'll be on the lookout for him wherever he goes next. Great job.
Thanks, Angela.
That's Gary Shearer, winning trainer with Unified Dreams.
They're racing, perfect start, and being shipped to the early lead is Drama Chorus, who wants that lead and gets it. Silent Poet, the 9-year-old millionaire, very sharp in the early stages on the muddy main at CBY, and Drama Chorus goes like the wind to open up by 1.5 from Silent Poet. Now the pace slows down a bit around the turn, and Unified Dreams rolls up into third. After that, That's Not Funny, the Minnesotan, is 8 lengths from the front, 1.5 clear from Tonka Warrior, and then Rockstar Red, indeed in the red, 9 lengths out of it. Up the barn side they go with 4.5 furlongs to travel in the Brooks Fields, and Drama Chorus trying to provide the rider with 3 stakes victories this Saturday. Unified Dreams trying to put a nightmare on them all, and between them is Silent Poet. Now we have 3 in a line off the far turn. Tonka Warriors beginning to unwind from behind, being shoved on, 7 out of it. Then it's That's Not Funny and Rockstar Red. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Drama Chorus an inch. Unified Dreams cruises up alongside. Silent Poet's heading the wrong way. Tonka Warrior is passing that one, and they head for home in the $50,000 Brooks Fields. Unified Dreams played the weather game trying to get to the winner's circle. Tonka Warrior is surging on the outside. Drama Chorus is next to the inside. It is Unified Dreams from an erratic Tonka Warrior, and they're all facing a nightmare in the shape of Unified Dreams. Here comes the Canterbury Derby. It is the penultimate race of this Saturday at Canterbury Park, and I'm Paul Allen, your announcer. Back in the Dark Star press box, down to Kevin and Angela momentarily. This one is compelling on many levels. Now, granted, we have a 9-5 favorite now, but Navy SEAL is trained by Wesley Ward. We don't get many Ward trainees here at Canterbury that frequently, so that's unique. And this horse also last raced in the Dubai. Then we get to Freezem. The rider's looking for 3 wins. Luis Fuentes, our leading rider. Flat Hanby is trying 2 turns for the first time. After that, Illustrator is trying dirt for the first time. And 7, Tell 'Em I'm Coming, is trying to win for the first time. And has taken some action, too, at one point down to 5-1. Let's see what happens here in the Canterbury Derby. Angela and KG, take it away.
Yeah, great race because with 3-year-olds, Angela, we don't see a lot of turf form, so we have no scratches. So the early betting kind of tells the story. This is one of those races where I think the exacta and trifecta could pay handsomely because there's going to be no overwhelming favorites here.
I would think not, especially with some of the lack of mud form as well. I mean, you said something about turf, but you don't see a whole bunch of wet track performances from any of these. And it might become a little bit of a rider's race like we saw earlier on the card, but there is still money going to Navy SEAL, and why wouldn't there be? Alonzo Quinones will take over the mount on Navy SEAL, who, like you mentioned, came out of the UAE Derby. He was kind of climbing early in that race, though, didn't seem very fond of the dirt coming back at him. Navy SEAL's going to try a whole different surface and got ready for this prepping on the turf. He worked out on the turf down at Churchill Downs. He is just too big a question mark for me at 9-5, so I did try to beat him in here.
Still fun to have Wesley Ward trained horses here at Canterbury. He was probably over at Royal Ascot, but his horse running here in race 7. The 2 is Bourbon Aficionado. Good to see Joe Novogratz in the crowd. Great supporter of our racing here at Canterbury. He's got horses all over the country. And Bourbon Aficionado looks like a horse that's pretty versatile. I think we'll handle the surroundings here. I'm a little surprised by 7-1. Carmona for Mac Robertson. I expect the 2 to make a late run. I'm on the 3 inch. Anything that you like about this horse? Because I don't see it in your top 3, and I really like this horse.
Well, he would be one heck of a story, wouldn't he? Be claimed for $7,500 back in March. Could become a stakes winner within a few months of having him. And Hold Your Applause has done all of that work from off the pace. But in those sprint races, he did show a bit of tactical speed and could keep himself a bit closer. It's just the last couple he has fallen way far off it, but they've resulted in 2 open wins. We have different feelings about this horse, but obviously the public, along with you, he is now 4-1.
Freezem looks good down here. The 4 looks good, and Angela, he is bred to handle a wet track.
He is bred to do this very well. I think one of the beneficiaries of going over to the main track as his only turf race, even though it was a tough one. I mean, it was an optional claimer and on 2. He was still beaten pretty well in that one. It didn't show the same speed. So I think Freezem would definitely benefit from this, as would Flat Hanby just to his outside. Some very quick works down at Prairie Meadows to get ready for this and trying to build a 3-race win streak.
Yeah, the gray looks good. If you like speed on this track, and if you believe speed is good, I think the 5 has a very good chance to be the one to catch when they turn for home. And I'll tell you this, 5 gets my pick for the paddock look. That horse looks phenomenal down here in the gray under the cloudy skies. Now, you like the 6 here? Tell us more.
I love Illustrator. I loved his turf races just because he has that versatility as well. Last time came from 8th. I mean, he was way further behind than he was in either of his previous 2 races, but he drew to try to get, I thought, the same sort of trip that proved to be a victorious one down at Houston and at Remington Park. He just had done everything that was that fit into this race very, very well. I thought that Illustrator probably won't be harmed too much by the surface switch, just given his style, but we will see how he handles the mud. Right now, he's not taking a whole bunch of money at all at 5-1.
And don't forget about Kelsey on the outside. I love when trainers and owners put a maiden in a stakes race. If they go fast early, the name fits the horse. Tell 'Em I'm Coming will be charging from the back of the pack. I would love to see Kelsey Haar in the winner's circle for that stakes interview. It's the Canterbury Park Derby. It's a glorious stakes race. The horses have left the paddock area. They're heading down to the tunnel. Soon we'll get Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post.
7 of them set to battle in the $50,000 Canterbury Derby main track muddy, and here they are. Number 1 is Navy Seal, and this Irish-bred colt is owned by Fitriana Hay, trained by Wesley Ward. In the irons, Alonzo Quinones. Bourbon Aficionado is number 2, owned by Joe Novogratz, trained by Mac Robertson. Serafin Carmona has the call. Fausto da Silva looks to go back-to-back in stakes races, and he handles the colt. Hold Your Applause for Tobin Stables, Poplinski Racing, and trainer Ryan Kenny. Esteban Martinez trains number 4, Freeze 'em, for D. Oliver, D.M. Marshall, and L.J. Williams. In the irons, Luis Fuentes. Eduardo Gallardo rides number 5, Flat Hanby, for JT Stables and trainer Boyd Castor. Number 6 is Ron Stolich's Illustrator. Illustrator is trained by H. Ray Ashford Jr. Luis Quinones rides. And Kelsey Haar is astride number 7, Tell 'em I'm Comin'. The owner, Tracy Hersman, and the trainer, Bob Klein. Those 7 go to the gate about 5 minutes from now. It's the $50,000 Canterbury Derby. Great work today by our handicappers, Angela Herman and Kevin Gorg. And for a final time from the winner's enclosure, let's cap a stakes race. This is the Canterbury Derby.
One more time from the winner's circle, Kevin and I, we can have a look at the horses on the track and coming out of the paddock. And this is a classy group for the Derby. What did you see?
Well, one thing I see is the betting board right now, which we talked about in the paddock, and I think these fans are as confused as anybody because I don't see any overwhelming favorite. I think Wesley Ward's horse, when the dust settles, is probably the horse to beat. But one of the biggest question marks I had is the horse I loved when we were running on the turf, the 6 Illustrator. You also loved this horse on the turf. I switched over to the 3. You stayed in the 6, watching this horse warm up. We just talked about this before we came out and started talking on the air. Wow, looks good.
He looks really good. He looks quite pleased with himself. Now, whether that'll all translate into how he races in the mud, if he gets any kickback in his face, that's a completely different story. But for how he's handling it in the warm-up and how he's handling all of this new territory thrown at him, he couldn't look like any more of a pro.
And this is a fun race because it starts the late daily double, and I'm going to tell you, don't sleep on the last race. Really nice allowance sprint. Find a couple you like here. Find a horse that you can piggyback on the back end of this double. I'm on the 3 here. I'm on Hold Your Applause. As you mentioned in the paddock, this would be such a cool story. Claimed for $7,500 back in March, and here they are in this big stakes race, and I love the way the horse won his last 2 races. I mean, this horse galloped out like he wants it, and he's ready to go right now. The question mark will be, can he win from off the pace, and will he show some of that patented speed he showed when he was a little younger?
That will be the question because he has developed into more of a closer and used that successfully. And I will say the horse that we just saw on the screen, Bourbon Aficionado, I think is very fair on the board at 5-1. With a horse as much dirt experience and good mud experience as he has and versatility, there's a lot of things to like for that price.
And don't sleep on the 5. I'm telling you right now, this 5 horse, I believe, is going to be loose. I think speed right now is where you want to be on this racetrack. If you're going to play exactas and trifectas as they approach the gate, do not leave the 5 off your tickets. He might be loose, and that could be a sneaky long shot that hangs in there. It's the $50,000 Canterbury Derby with Paul Allen ready to paint the picture.
It is now post time for the 2024 Canterbury Derby, 13th running of the CBY Derby. Hammer's Tear won it in 2012. In fact, Jockey Laurie Keith went back-to-back for owner Terry Hamilton and Mike Stidham, the trainer, with Hammer's Tear and a Dorset. Golden Bandit for Barry and Joni Butzo won it last year. Adam Beskiza in for the ride. One of our favorites, Jared Loveberry, won this race a couple of times, 2021 with King of Miami and 2020 with Summer Assault. Who's next? One out. Tell him I'm coming. CBY Derby time. And they're racing. And Illustrator fires off and attempts to show speed with Freedom, but Freedom is fastest of all around the first turn, and Freedom with Canterbury's leading man Luis Fuentes lead it in path 2, and the Irish Navy SEAL was in very, very tightly just off the heels of Freedom, and in fact has been overtaken by Flat Hanby trying 2 turns for the first time. After that, the maiden Tell 'em I'm coming, wide circumnavigating, but advancing, 2 out of it. And that one is just to the outside of Navy SEAL, who now has been shuffled back behind Hold Your Applause. And the one watching it all, Bourbon Aficionado, far clear from Illustrator in his first race on the dirt. Less than a half mile to go, and we have 3 in a line, and one includes the maiden. Tell 'em I'm coming on the 3 wide side, battling it out with Freezem, and between them, Flat Hanby. 7 after that to Navy SEAL. The Irish guys beginning to run on a tad. Then we come to Hold Your Applause. Bourbon Aficionados finishing with a bit of a flurry, and still nothing from Illustrator and Louis Q. Around about the quarter pole. That's it for the maiden, who's doing the moonwalk. Down to 2 at this stage, and Flat Hanby takes the lead and runs away by 3 at 9-1. Flat Hanby loving 2 turns for the first time in his career. He's skipping along this wet surface as the Canterbury Derby champion. He'll win it spotless, cap to boot. Number 5, Flat Hanby. First, 5-2-1-6. The 7th race, our Saturday penultimate, is official. Pick 3 paid 67 and change. 5-2 exacta 77.50. Trifecta paid 115.45. And race number 8 is our final live race today. Scratch number 1, Blue Jay Way. Number 6, Baxley is the gelding. 22 minutes from now, race 8. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the Canterbury Derby champions Flat Hanby and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Joe and Teresa Moore with JT Stables, and the winning trainer, Boyd Castor. Flat Hanby is a 3-year-old gray gelding by Flat out of Jealous Ellis, bred in Oklahoma by the winning owners, Joe and Teresa Moore. In the winner's enclosure with the trophy presentation is Canterbury Park Chairman Randall Sampson. Old Randall with the trophy presentation for the winners of the CBY Derby. Let's chat about the victorious Flat Hanby from the winner's circle. Here's KG.
Well, it takes a lot to train a stakes winner, especially a 3-year-old. This has to be a special day because these are the youngsters. The future looks bright, and boy, your horse ran huge.
You know what, Kevin? We were uncharted territory here. We didn't, first time going long, actually first time on the turf. We were kind of iffy, and I was glad it came off in a way, but he answered a few questions for us today.
We both have a mutual friend in the great Wilson Brown back in the good old days of the Canterbury Downs days. How much influence did he have on you in this business?
A lot. When Wilson first came up to Grand Island back in the early 80s, he'd bring his horses and they'd stay out at my farm, you know, and they'd ship into Fauner Park and run, and then we just escalated our friendship all the way to Oklahoma.
And what's it like to bring a horse here and knowing even on a cloudy day, rainy day like we had today, you're going to see big crowds and crowds that are into horse racing. Okay, they turn for home. It's got to be a rush when you see your horse take the lead like you just did here.
Kevin, a rush. I'm horse. I was yelling right up there on that stand. You know what I mean? I'm just full of excitement. And no, it's a big thrill. You know, this racing, you're up, you're down, and when you do something like this, it makes up for all the downs.
Congratulations. You just won the Canterbury Park Derby.
Thank you very much.
What a race it was, and a long shot scores, guys. And they're racing, and Illustrator fires off and attempts to show speed with Freedom, but Freedom is fastest of all around the first turn, and Freedom with Canterbury's leading man Luis Fuentes lead it in path 2, and the Irish Navy SEAL was in very, very tightly just off the heels of Freedom, and in fact has been overtaken by Flat Hanby trying 2 turns for the first time. After that, the maiden Tell 'em I'm Coming wide circumnavigation
navigating but advancing 2 out of it. And that one is just to the outside of Navy SEAL, who now has been shuffled back behind Hold Your Applause. And the one watching it all, Bourbon Aficionado, far clear from Illustrator in his first race on the dirt. Less than a half mile to go, and we have 3 in a line, and one includes the maiden. Tell 'em I'm coming on the 3 wide side, battling it out with Freeze 'em, and between them, Flat Hanby. 7 after that to Navy SEAL. The Irish guys beginning to run on a tad. Then we come to Hold Your Applause. Bourbon Aficionados finishing with a bit of a flurry, and still nothing from Illustrator and Louis Q. Around about the quarter pole. That's it for the maiden, who's doing the moonwalk. Down to 2 at this stage, and Flat Hanby takes the lead and runs away by 3 at 9-1. Flat Hanby loving 2 turns for the first time in his career. He's skipping along this wet surface as the Canterbury Derby champion. He'll win it spotless, cap to boot.
All right, we're ready for the lucky last if you're alive. In some of these horizontal wagers, payoffs were just up on the board. Some good ones, too. The pick 5 will still be decent. Nice upset there in the Canterbury Park Derby. We scratched the 1 here. And to me, Angelo, when you handicap this race, whether it was a fast track or a muddy track, it came down to what you thought of the 6, Baxley. If you're going to take a shot and try to beat Larry Ravelli, which is not easy to do, you're probably going to get paid a bigger price than you should on some very talented horses in here. If you like Baxley, I can see it, right? I mean, this horse debuted at Hawthorne, looked awesome, went to Keeneland, didn't have the greatest trip, and still ran pretty decent.
Well, and he ran behind some really tough horses, too. He got in a tough spot early. When you watch the race, he didn't break right on top, but he still showed speed, didn't have anywhere to go on the inside. He wanted to move earlier than he did, but he did get beat by a multiple stakes winner in Valentine Candy. Normandy Hero's a nice horse that won that race, and Baxley just ran into a tough group and didn't get the ideal trip. With an outside post, with his speed, I think that he can rebound in here, and the works are showing that he's feeling very good about himself again. He is a recent gelding. We got to note that in the past performances. He is a gelding now. Sorry about that, Baxley, but maybe it'll keep his mind on business and keep him going from start to finish.
We just saw Gray pull a big upset. Irish Dawn will try to do the same thing. Off since September. Really sharp workouts here locally, including a couple of bullets here in June. But on paper, to me, this horse would be a big surprise, Ange.
Well, he puts blinkers on, but he's always been a really good workhorse. You can look back way into his history, and this horse has some bullets on the page. He really is a good workhorse. I think that he might benefit from a bit more distance. You can see he broke his maiden going 2 turns on the turf. Maybe this is a step to something down the road for Irish Dawn.
Gary Shearer is just a great horseman. We saw him win earlier in a stakes race. His horses come fit. They come ready. He always does well wherever he's training, but specifically here at Canterbury. And he's got a horse here in Half Brother that's raced 7 times and never been off the ticket.
And that Evangeline return was smashing, wasn't it? I mean, he got out towards the lead. Looked like he was going to get headed by the turn and then just drew off again. He was on his left lead, and he probably could get even better moving up a step forward and staying in a relative class level and cutting a little bit back in distance. There's some stuff to like about him, and 7-1 is too high a price.
I hope Johnny the Mouse Mickelson saved some voucher, because when I handicapped this race 3 or 4 nights ago, I wrote down Sneaky next to the 4, Kontiki. Couple of nice slop track efforts in Arkansas where they run some big-time races. This horse could prove to be part of that trifecta.
He ran really well in that maiden breaking effort. That was closer to the pace, but he was still very game in taking on those tough fields. And last time it was even against older horses, too. That was the last time we saw him at Oaklawn Park. The problem was those were 2 muddy track races for him, and he didn't show the same kind of pace, although it was a little bit quicker. I don't know where Kentucky's going to be early. He might fall into an odd spot towards the outside. But Quality Rags hasn't missed the exacta in his 4 starts. Last time was second behind Distorted Pro, already a 2-time winner at the meet. He lost to an old war horse in Howbeit the last time that he ran at Turf Paradise. He has been knocking some very tough heads, but he's also been playing catch-up. He's a 4-year-old with just 4 lifetime starts. What do you make of him?
I think he's super talented, and I think if the 6 horse does falter, this is the most likely winner. I really like this horse that Valerie Lund has. Back-to-back really tough spots. 7-1 last time. Going to probably be a pretty fair price here, but I think this 5 is one to definitely put in your stable mail and watch here at the meet. How do you think Baxley looked down there?
I didn't get a great look at Baxley. I think that he looks I don't really care how he looks. I think that he's the horse to beat in here with his speed. I've seen some horses that haven't necessarily taken to the weather outperform their looks. Buchan again is a little bit warm down there, as you can see, but Buchan again making his first start of 2024. Your thoughts?
I think Buchan again's up against it, but he's one to watch as the meet progresses. Vic Hansen has a way of getting young horses to improve as the meet goes on, and do not sleep on Frosty View. Outside part of the track with speed. I don't think this horse needs the lead. You go back a couple of starts in the mud, this horse could get that exact same trip here. And I'm telling you right now, if somebody hooks Baxley and makes Baxley work, this 8 horse has a big shot. It's an awesome race. Top to bottom, we got horses in from Keeneland. We got horses all over the place. We want to say happy birthday, 76, Daniel Bean, the old Daniel Bean trick, 76. Happy birthday, Daniel. Glad you're spending it with us and everybody else out there. It's time for the lucky last. They head down the tunnel. Soon we get the best bugler in the business, Sir Leonard Dykert, with the call to the post.
All righty, Lynn Dykert, Canterbury Park's bugler. Thank you very much. Great job. See you tomorrow for the Basset Hounds. On to the wet main track for the final live race today, scratch number 1. Best of luck to those adjacent to the winner's circle competing in the Minnesota Lottery Play of the Day. Each contestant has drawn a horse's number for this race. First place receives $50 worth of Minnesota Lottery scratch-offs and a swag bag, and whomever finishes second and third also gets a swag bag, courtesy of our friends at the Minnesota Lottery. Good luck. They've reached the starting gate, and it's a race time for the 8th and final live race today. Pepsi Family Day tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we race Basset Hounds tomorrow. In line, Baxley, right around even money, favored. And the final to go in today is Frosty View. Ready? And they're racing. Frosty View was off 2 steps slowly. Bucking again comes out with a really good early speed, and Irish Dawn with those shades looking pretty cool up near the lead. And now Baxley aggressively runs up and takes the lead. Then we come back to Quality Rags, close handy, 3 lengths from it. Frosty View moving up to the outside of that one. Then it's about 2.5, 3 back to Half Brother, trying to win 3 in a row. Right behind that one is Kontiki, and they're tightly packed as they approach the top of the stretch. And on the inside, Irish Dawn looking for that luck of the Irish at 21-1. Irish Dawn, Frosty View is swinging into action on the wide side. Baxley's between them, Half Brother right behind them, and outside of that is Bucking again, and they line up as they head for the money. Frosty View trying to give them a Frosty View from the winner's circle. Meanwhile, on the inside, Half Brother skips through beautifully. Half Brother catches an aqueduct on the inside and has won 3 in a row. Number 3, Half Brother, full winner. 6, Baxley, second. 8, Frosty View, third. 103.95. A lickety-split final time by Half Brother. Irish Dawn, fourth. Saturday is official. Final superfecta, nearly $60, 3682. The pick 4 paid $200, 20 cents. That's the second pick 4. And the second pick 5 paid $631.35. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it is Half Brother and Fausto da Silva. The winning trainer, Gary Shearer, like Fausto, winning his second race today. And the winning owners are Sugarland Thoroughbreds. Ladies and gentlemen, Pepsi Family Day commences tomorrow at 1. We also race Basset Hounds. And on behalf of Canterbury's management team, those of us here in the Dark Star press box, and for our television department, thank you for joining us on track or watching and or wagering from abroad. If you're leaving Canterbury Park, please drive safely. And they're racing. Frosty View was off 2 steps slowly. Bucking again comes out with a really good early speed, and Irish Dawn with those shades looking pretty cool up near the lead. And now Baxley aggressively runs up and takes the lead. Then we come back to Quality Rags, close handy, 3 lengths from it. Frosty View moving up to the outside of that one. Then it's about 2.5, 3 back to Half Brother, trying to win 3 in a row. Right behind that one is Kontiki, and they're tightly packed as they approach the top of the stretch. And on the inside, Irish Dawn looking for that luck of the Irish at 21-1. Irish Dawn, Frosty View is swinging into action on the wide side. Baxley's between them, Half Brother right behind them, and outside of that is Bucking again, and they line up as they head for the money. Frosty View trying to give them a Frosty View from the winner's circle. Meanwhile, on the inside, Half Brother skips through beautifully. Half Brother catches an aqueduct on the inside and has won 3 in a row. Number 3, Half Brother, full winner. 6, Baxley, second.